Let's kick this off, folks. Here we go. Do we have our intro music ready? I think we do. Here it is.
I think we both know how this is gonna end. I know what I wanna hear.
Wow, that artist sounds great. I wonder who that is. I'm just kidding. Folks, welcome to the Taylor Swift album ranking stream. My name is Davy. I'm the host of The Sandwich Show. And the show tonight is going to feature an awesome co-host, our singer-songwriter Ellie Fier, whose song you hear in the background. In fact, that is Ellie's latest release, Friend Zone. Let's welcome Ellie Fier to the program. Ellie, welcome to our stream. How's it going tonight? Well, so glad to have you here.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited for tonight. I feel like this has been a long time coming for me to do a ranking stream, so very happy to have been invited by you and to have someone to kind of bounce off this topic with.
I'm glad to do it, Ellie. It's a pleasure and a privilege to have you here doing this. Many of us throughout Twitch have designated you as the authority on Taylor Swift's career, and rightfully so. You're such a big fan.
That's wild. I'll take it, but it's wild.
And definitely you have a lot of Taylor songs on your catalog, and it is great to see. And let's welcome some people in the chat. We saw the Wrestling God jump in. We have Rain, Ulo Denin, BC Loves Otters has joined us. And Tina French, great to see you, Tina. Thank you for joining in as well. Tina's one of our Firefeather is in the chat. Welcome, friend. And I can imagine more the Fear Squad will join us as we go along in this program tonight. And even more people will jump in soon as they see on the following tab that there's a Taylor Swift album ranking stream. I think a lot of people jump on it. And so let's before we get to that, we will get to the rankings themselves at the bottom of the hour, but
soon, yes,
very soon. But first, let's just talk a little bit about music. I
would love to.
Yeah, I mean, Taylor's.
Is there a delay in my voice? First of all, let me just ask you that quickly because I feel like maybe I'm like cutting. I hope I'm not cutting you off at all while you're speaking because I'm kind of hearing a delay, and I want to make sure.
Okay.
That's not an issue as the viewer for you, Davey.
I mean, I didn't perceive a delay, and I don't see any delay between the voice and your video either. So like, there's no sync issue either. So I think you're all right.
Perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
Just checking.
Okay. Right on. Westsider says hi, Ellie, and me. Hello. Hi, Westsider. Nice to see you.
Hi to everybody in the chat. Hi, of course, to you, Davey. Yeah, I'm so excited to talk music, and if you don't mind me asking, can I just start off with a very important question?
Absolutely.
So I'm curious to know what classification of Swiftie would you call yourself, from 10 being you're somebody who listens to every album the second it comes out, die hard, fight for her honor and make 3 fan theory videos on TikTok, or a level 1, heard all the albums at some point. Where would you put yourself?
Oh yeah. I mean, I'll tell you, I think it went up a lot this week. When I started,
yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
When it started, when I invited you and I started putting together the idea for this stream, I was probably a 2 because I'm definitely familiar with all the songs, and I'm definitely appreciated Taylor's career. And surprisingly, you may not believe this, but as a casual fan, I actually went to a concert when Taylor did one of her tours about 10 years ago. Maybe it was more like 12 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
So early, you got to see her live early.
Early, way before Ticketmaster's fiasco, and way before the prices were $2,000 for a seat. So it was a remarkable concert. Taylor does a great job performing live. It's rather fantastic. So. And that was then.
Everyone who got to see her back then.
Yeah, I got a little lucky. But yeah, so that's probably, now I think I'm probably a 3.5 to a 4. I mean, maybe even a 5. I definitely am in. Oh my gosh, Kevin Edward, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Nice to see you. Shout out to Kevin Edward Music. I'm Davey. This is Ellie Fier. And we are doing the Taylor Swift album ranking stream tonight. So yeah, Chad knows it's probably fun following
I'm gonna like bump you up at least 1 point just because you put this together.
Okay,
so
okay.
I think that like earns you another level of fan point because you were hosting this, invited me, and
Well, thank you.
I haven't even done this yet, so
I'll take it. And honestly, I feel like it's a pretty good number, and I'm honored to have that number. So now let's pivot that question back to you. Like, where would you put your number? What number would you be?
I saw the Eras tour twice.
Okay. Oh wow, twice.
I was so lucky. Honestly, I don't know how that happened. I've never seen her live before. She's played in my area, so I kind of just, it wasn't my big priority at the time because a lot was always happening when she was in the area. But when this tour came around, I was like, I have to see this show. So I got on the pre-sale list. I waited in the Ticketmaster line. I got blessed by the Taylor Swift gods. I actually got front row tickets, which was like,
Oh my gosh.
feel like it was a fluke for me as a fan, but then I also got to see her in Amsterdam. I just happened to be there, and I'm on a train, and everyone's wearing Taylor Swift, everything. And I went and looked up tickets, and I just decided to bite the bullet again and see her again because at that point, The Tortured Poets had come out, so there was an additional segment in the tour. So, yeah, it was great. I would call myself definitely a level 9 fan because I wouldn't say I read as much into like the Easter egg fan theory side of it, but I'm a listen to the album the moment it comes out. Can't wait to talk to my Taylor Swift friends about it. That kind of fan.
Oh, let's go. Yeah, Matt was saying in the chat, Ellie is 9 or 10, cannot be lower. So yes, I think that's a solid number. I would agree with that as well. Firefeather says, I have not listened to all her songs, but from what I've heard, I really like. There you go. That's awesome.
I'm just messaging my community to let everybody know we are live right now, Davey.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
Okay.
Okay. While you do that, I'll catch up on chat. So Kevin Edward Music, again, thank you for your raid. Kevin says, hey there. Hey, Davey, it's been a long time. It has. I hope you've been well, Kevin. I hope you're doing all right. Big Ball of Yarn, thank you, says, can't stay, have a good stream. Thank you, Big Ball of Yarn. Good to see you for a moment. And no, Boots says, enjoy your stream. Thank you. Let's see. Now, Kevin Edward Music asks, whatever is the album, whatever album the Hunger Games song is on, it's got to be number 1 for me. I cannot. What song would that have been?
Safe and Sound.
Okay.
Is the song. I don't think it was an original. I know it wasn't an original on any of the albums. I think it was a bonus track. Let me look.
I'm very curious. Now to see where.
It had a Taylor's version re-recording with the Red album.
Okay.
But it wasn't on the original Red album.
So maybe it's just part of the soundtrack then. So that's awesome though. Like that's awesome. That's awesome. That's an awesome pick. West Sider says, we like Taylor Swift, not a fan till Swiftified came along. Oh, interesting. Swiftified. I'm not
Swiftified. What are we talking about?
Would that have been a TV special or a movie? That's actually kind of cool. I think I saw the name Swiftified, but I'm trying to remember what that was. So West Sider, feel free to elaborate.
It is always one of my favorite questions to ask because we do T-Swift Tuesdays the odd time, usually like once every month or other month. But I always like to ask people what song made you a Swiftie or what album, I guess. So I feel like for a lot of people that tends to be one of their top albums. But yeah, it's kind of along the same lines as what you just said. Is like, where did you come into the fandom? Yeah.
I think when I became a genuine appreciator, when I became a fan was probably like in the last couple years. Because the journey I think was really something I really appreciated, and knowing the story behind all these songs really adds to the appreciation of all of Taylor's work. And
Yeah.
the more you learn about it, the more you appreciate the songs. And I think, and it's really true of every artist, but like it's particularly great because Taylor has a way to really grab your attention and really capture your emotions in certain cases, right? And when Taylor goes through feels, you feel the feels. And there are particularly notable instances of that I'll get into in the rankings, which is probably why I ranked them where I ranked them. So that's going to be one of the big things about it. I want to say hi to Trevor, Taylor fan 1313. I mean, Trevor, absolutely.
Hi, Trevor.
If there was one person that was going to join the stream tonight, it was going to be our friend Trevor, whose name.
Welcome. Yeah.
I love it. I love it. By the way, Trevor, have you been to any Taylor Swift concerts over the years? I mean, you know, I know you are probably a very high number Swiftie as well, so it's lovely to have you here. Iron Angry says, "Oh, what is up, Angry? Iron Angry, welcome in. I saw Taylor when she opened for George Strait in 2007. Now talk about talk about the early years. Yeah, imagine just those humble, well, for Taylor Swift, humble beginnings. I mean, opening for George Strait is a huge deal, but amazing." Let's see.
2007 though, that was like she had only been a mainstream musician for less than a year.
Yeah, absolutely.
To be opening up for George Strait, I mean, it's pretty incredible that that's where she started.
Yeah, absolutely. Trevor says, I've seen Taylor 3 times, 1989, Reputation, and Eras tours. Wrestling God said, Red for me. Oh, like the album Red. Yeah. Red is a very popular one, and rightfully so.
Red's a great album.
Yeah. Absolutely. West Sider says, I've been to a few Swiftified. Oh, I see. Now I understand. Swiftified is a cover band for Taylor Swift that's led by our friend Emily McVicker. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Yes, I actually should have known that. I didn't realize that they were called Swiftified. I've seen her posts. I've seen her use that term, but I didn't realize that was actually what their cover band was called. But she's doing fun things, and I'm like a little bit jealous that she's getting to incorporate being a T Swift cover artist as her.
It's pretty cool.
Gig.
And her band seems pretty cool, and the gigs are pretty cool. Like I strongly considered at one point in time going to the Pacific Northwest just to see like a show from them. So
absolutely,
it's a good time. Let's see.
I've played around with the idea of starting a Taylor Swift cover band. I actually got my guitarist on board for it. And then this was before we both moved out to the West Coast, even further West Coast. So it put a pause, but it's definitely played in the back of my mind.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, there's definitely going to be an audience for it, right? I think no matter how long Taylor Swift's career goes, and I feel like Taylor Swift has got a solid, like, maybe 5 to 10 years left at least, maybe way more than that, you know? I mean...
That's a hot take, Davy.
Oh, do you think it might be less? You think it might be less?
I think it's way longer. Are you kidding me? That girl's going till she's...
Absolutely.
She's going.
How dare
if Sheryl Crow can still be touring, Pink has like 10 years on Taylor.
No, you're right. I way underestimated that number. Oh, how
10
dare.
years or let's don't cut her short, Davy.
That I apologize for
It's okay. Calm my heart, my Taylor Swift heart.
It's incredible. Now, I think the question I wanted to start with, to maybe continue with, I should say, is what do you think it is about Taylor Swift that moves the needle? Because I know a lot of people have written songs about breakups, and a lot of people have done like really electronic songs, and a lot of people have made the transition from like another genre to pop. In Taylor's case, country to pop, and that's a big transition. Like that's like, there's potential to alienate fans. I mean, I'm also curious about what you thought of that transition at the time, because I know that you've been part of her career from the start.
That's such a great question. I think her ability to chameleon her way through these different genres is fascinating to watch, especially at this point 20 years into being a fan. But at the time there was albums that definitely took longer before they resonated. There was like Reputation I was so ready for another album after 1989. I adored that album, and then Reputation came out, and its single, its single being Look What You Made Me Do. I remember feeling like that, like a bit of a gut punch, because it didn't resonate at all in the beginning, and the album came out, and I was like pushing through, man. I was like listening through that album top to bottom multiple times, like trying to find the ones that I liked. But it was years later when I finally realized how much I love the Reputation album. But in the moment, it was hard to adjust, and she absolutely alienated fans, but in a way that was like she still cared about her fans, but she said it herself in many interviews that there was always somebody trying to come up and take her spot. There was always somebody ready to replace her. So her method of fighting that was to adapt and to be her own replacement over and over and over again. And I think it forces her audience to mature with her. I think the fans that she lost along the way came back around, and that's made abundantly obvious. But I do think that somewhere around the Red 1989, around the Red era is when she started getting a lot of hate. And her, her life really changed in terms of how people were talking about her, and the rumors and stuff that were flying around, and how it affected her as an artist and in her personal life. But that fueled the fire for people to be a lot more skeptical about the albums that she came out with in 1989 and Reputation. And
Right.
She earned, I think she earned some of her respect back doing Folklore and Evermore, and it was the first time I got to see her do what she does best without being held back by a label. And it was magical watching that change from into the Folklore Evermore eras. I think that was just a really beautiful thing as a fan to get to see her blossom into that version of herself. And it came with a lot of respect. It came with a lot of, as a fan, I found myself putting a lot of trust into her decisions from that point on. So yeah.
Absolutely. That's a great,
really loaded question though. There's so much involved there.
This is true. There's a lot to unpack with a question like that. And it could even be its own podcast, honestly, right? So,
yeah.
Here's a follow. It's interesting. Thinking of podcasts, do you listen to any Taylor Swift podcasts? Is that one of the things you do? Like, I know there are, right? I know it exists.
No, I don't. I'm on TikTok. I see the videos here and there. If there's something that really catches my attention, I can get into a bit of a wormhole. But for the most part, I'm just like a little bit removed from interacting like deeply with the strangers in the fan base, because I just I never really know what people are blowing up, and also I just don't really trust social media, to be honest.
That's
I think
fair.
some people will say anything for a view, so I'm kind of like
Very fair.
If she says it, I will deep dive it for hours.
But that's kind of like the gist of Reputation, right? It's like answering back at the critics. It's like that's the whole theme of that album. It's just kind of like, this is my rebuttal to all of this for an hour. It's kind of amazing. Steve and Julia.
It's so true.
Absolutely. Yeah, totally. I want to welcome Steve and Julia, who has some great comments here.
Hi, Steven.
Let's see. Now, regarding the transition, Steven says, I think it worked for Taylor because it was just a natural growth for her and the fan base, and pop radio really gave her a springboard early on with songs like Tim McGraw and Love Story that gave her a toe in the pop world. Yeah. And
agreed. Yeah, she was walking that pop country line from an early age.
Absolutely. And breaking through on the pop chart even in the mid 2000s is like a really significant thing. It's really tough. It actually gets tougher with each decade, because like country music is less and less represented on pop radio in the pop chart, as we go through the years. So in the 21st century to do that, that's a pretty remarkable connection. And at the time, I think the people that were associated with the pop country crossovers were people like Shania Twain, people like Faith Hill, right? There's like a lot of great acts like that. And I don't know if I would go so far as to say Tim McGraw and and Garth Brooks, they're obviously huge stars in country music. But I do not recall if any of their songs were actually on the pop chart at the time. But so Taylor already had like a thing at that point, but the thing became so much greater. And you'd already addressed it, so we don't have to rehash that. But it's just interesting. I'm just so fascinated by that someone who was already a pretty big name in music became a far greater name by switching it up, and that takes a lot of risk. Like, you don't know if that's gonna be pulled off. And it took some remarkable
100%.
producers. It took some remarkable confidence in your work, and it just took energy and a songwriting perspective that people can really relate to. So, I mean, if you could,
Totally.
yeah.
I totally agree with what you're saying. I think that getting to that point of fame and then making a 180, like, she had to have had countless people telling her not to do that. And there's something about the way that she releases music in this way that's like, it's almost like she knows and she understands that not every song will relate to every person. Sometimes you might, resonate with a deep cut. Sometimes you might just like the singles, and a lot of people do just know Taylor for her radio hits. But to be able to do that and to still decide to release the music, knowing that it may or may not be received, but you've written it, so why not put it out there? It's just, it's really empowering, I think.
Yeah.
As a songwriter, I was heavily inspired by her when I was a teenager, before I was ever considering myself to be a songwriter. I was so inspired by her just like unapologetic approach to releasing music.
Yeah.
And it paid off for sure.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm sure many of the Fier squad will agree that, like, we can hear the Taylor Swift, I don't know what the word is, influence or the inspiration. We can hear the Taylor Swift inspiration in your music too, because the track we let off with, Friends of Death, has a lot of Taylor Swift in it. It's just a bop. You can dance to it. It's so much fun. It expresses like things that I think we've all kind of connect with. So like, that's like all the same formula that you see with Taylor's music. So it's pretty cool to see that all kind of working for you as well. So, I mean, is that something you can be proud of as well there, Ellie?
Oh, of course. I would never deny how much her music has inspired me. I was like a really awkward teenager, and I was the kind of teenager that really was good at putting my foot in my mouth and saying the wrong thing and kind of feeling like I wasn't, I wasn't very likable. That sounds so ridiculous to say now, and I'm a different person than I was, but Taylor came on the scene with a lot of that energy. And just also, I think it's worth noting that her and I are the same age. So her music has come out as a bit of a timeline with my life.
Oh, wow.
It's so weird. Her album 22, or her album Red came out. Her song I'm Feeling 22 came out like weeks before my 22nd birthday.
That's amazing.
So I can't even explain this to you how closely I've really felt to her life and her career because of that.
That's really cool. Like, that just only makes it that much greater, right? So like, that's so cool. Absolutely.
Yeah, it definitely played a role in me being a fan.
100%. Jordy says, welcome in, Jordy 12. It's nice to see you again. There are some hardcore Swifties out there on the internet. And Trevor says, raise his hand. That's literally the first thing.
I want to know what everyone wants to say.
I would love to yeah, absolutely. We'd love to hear you sound out in chat. I think Stephen added, and the country world rebelled against Taylor at one point and refused to let her identify as country. Now, see, this is a problem with like genres, right? And rock has a very similar problem where you just have these gatekeepers that don't let people kind of cross over. And that's very unfortunate, Like, I think that's an unfortunate situation there. But I think Stephen could be implying that might be why Taylor's transitioned to be a pop artist. Do you think there's something to that, or is that just kind of like, was it all happening at the same time?
I'm sure that played a role in it. I mean, I definitely see from the way she talks about herself that she was very influenced by what people said about her. especially moving through those like the middle albums of her library. Like you can tell that she's listening when people say she's talking about her breakups too much. So she said, you know, she went to New York and hung out with her friends and wrote a whole album about that instead of it. And then she wrote about, you know, her bad reputation because that's all everyone was talking about. So I do think there's influence about. Sorry, my words are getting so many things I want to say right now. I'm losing all my words.
Understandable. Like,
but I think people are just. I think when you get to a certain level, you're always gonna have people that are hating on you, no matter what you're doing. And she, like, she can't win. She's just you know, making this music and clearly writing from like her soul. And if it comes out more country, it comes out more country. If it comes out more pop, it comes out more pop. She probably wasn't putting that much thought into it. She was in, you know, an area of the world where it was all country music. She was very inspired by that. It surrounded her. So maybe as she moved to LA and now she's being surrounded by more synth, dreamy pop friends, that inspired the change as well. But I do think that it was in part because of what people were saying about her and needing to evolve, but also in part what was around her and what where the world was at that time.
yeah, that's well said, Ellie. Absolutely. Stephen says that's the greatest Taylor Swift paradox that ever existed too. Everything she did, she both won and lost at the same time.
It's interesting to say it that way, Stephen.
Yeah.
Do you think she maybe in some cases lost in the moment but won in the long run, like losing the battle but winning the war kind of thing?
I think so. Like, for example, when like the early days, like basically when Red came out, like there were probably some losses. Like, wow, what is like? I'm sure some people behind the scenes were like saying, or maybe even in front of the scenes were saying, like, what is she doing? Like, this is crazy. Like, is this gonna, you know, how? Or do you think that would have been more of a shock with Red or more of a shock with 1989? Because like Red, you still kind of had, she was kind of going halfway. Like it was kind of moving in. Like if you think about like how it started. Red kind of started as another.
It was a great transition album, but I think it was more pop than country.
I think it was, you know, I agree. That is true. Because Speak Now was kind of leaning towards pop and less towards country, right? Ooh.
Yeah.
Graphics. Let's see. Yeah.
Ooh, wait, did I?
That's Taylor Swift one. Cool. Yeah. But.
That's the first album right there. I just was making sure it worked.
Okay.
Don't mind me.
No sweat.
It works.
No, but you're right. I think it was already, what it was though, it was kind of a more of a pop rock, like Speak Now compared to like what there was before. But then going from that into Red, then you go from pop rock into electronic. And then when you get to 1989, it's completely electronic. Like it's just like totally like synth pop dance, just fast paced, high energy, and it's incredible stuff. Like it's amazing, like how it really was one of the really both of them, like Red and 19. Would you say Speak Now too? But I'm definitely the other two were like two defining albums of that decade, without question. Like they were. Yeah,
I feel like they were like singer-songwriter country, but it was. It you know, her first album was very introspective, not a ton of production. It was very much an introduction to who she is before any influence from the world on her. And I love that about it because it's a true starting point.
Yeah.
Every album adds production elements that evolve, but also repeat patterns. Certain patterns tend to kind of come back and repeat themselves. So, you know, from Debut being a very simply stripped album to then Folklore being quite, no, I wouldn't say stripped, but definitely a lot more simplified.
Yeah.
It was almost like her roots, but elevated. Speak Now being dancey and energetic and fun and a big album. And then you have, you know, 1989, dancey and fun and energetic and a big album. And so certain things I would say were kind of shaped how she decided to release music in the latter words. But those first few albums, I think, were they were all experimental up to the point of trying to figure out where she was going.
Yeah. And that's very much true. That's very much true. Just trying different things to see if they worked, and you can kind of even see it throughout the course of the album. That you would go and you go one way for one song, go a different way for another song. But throughout all of that, even throughout the early period of Taylor's career, you could see so many things were put together. And I think the one thing that always stuck with me, like even from the very first song, which was Tim McGraw, incidentally, but in the very first album, like her songwriting ability was already really good at 15, which is like incredible. Like,
Yeah.
could you even imagine that she was only 15 writing a lot of those songs, maybe even less? 'Cause maybe she wrote them like earlier in her life, and then like,
Oh yeah. It's the raw talent is really
yeah,
special.
absolutely.
Sorry. I couldn't tell if I'm seeing two screens and I can't tell if I'm talking over you at some moments, so I think we're good, but
Yeah. No, it's perfectly fine. But it is really cool to see that that was already in place. And then it just continued to grow, and you would get to more, there'd be more lore and there'd be more things to talk about. I will get into more details as far as like how the journeys on particular albums when we get to the rankings. We're about to do that any moment now. I do want to say goodnight to Rain. Rain sister got to disappear in the sleep realm. No worries. Have a good rest. And
good night, sleep good.
Trevor says it's better than country rap because all you get is crap. Is that a real genre? Like, I didn't even know if that was a thing. That's funny.
There was like a huge joke when I think it was Nelly and Tim McGraw put together their duet
Okay.
of Over and Over Again. It was like, oh, it's country meets rap. It's crap. But I love that song, so.
That's fun. Okay. Yeah. So let me just take a 1 minute restroom break. Would you be good to catch up and chat in the meanwhile, Ellie? And then we'll get to our rankings. I'm very excited.
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no, I'm so down. Let's do that. La 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 la. I'm so excited also to hear what the chat thinks about our ratings because it's so opinion based that I'm a little bit nervous. I'm not. I am, but I'm not. That song was so good. Which one are you talking about? I'm on the edge of my metaphorical. I'm on the edge of my seat too. You should see the notes that I have here. Paragraphs, many paragraphs. I'm trying to condense what I'm saying because I have so many thoughts, but you can't forget about the Nelly song. It's a great one. We actually brought it into my song list about a year ago, and every time we play it, it just really throws me back to a very specific time. I don't think it's super fair, the hate that she got when she was in, I mean, she got hate for being in country, and then she got hate for being pop, and then she got hate for being everything else she tried to be. So where is the line? Like, who says what you're supposed to write about? I know that when I'm writing, 90% of the time, the songs that make it to stream are songs that I sat down and I had a specific inspiration for, and sometimes they're hip hop inspired. Like Friend Zone was very inspired by 90s hip hop, No Scrubs and No Diggity specifically. But then there's other times where it's more country inspired. Kelsey Ballerini has inspired me in some cases to write country. Believe it or not, Ed Sheeran, his song "Give Me Love," which way back in the early 2010s, that song came out, and it had a bit of a folky country warmth to it that he, in my opinion, has lost a little bit since then. But he started there, and that inspired country writing for me at that time too. But it never stays in one genre ever. Post Malone got hate for getting into country music. Yeah, he did some duos, did he not, with Zach Bryan? And people are just so weird about, a person getting out of their box.
I know.
I don't understand why people are so weird about it, but
it's always been a thing too, but it seems like it's worse of a thing. It's a little bit more of a thing now, and I think it's unfortunate. I really feel like we could improve music by letting people, cross over into the boxes. It's just
100%.
Yeah.
Like, is it threatened? Are people threatened by it?
Right.
Are people upset because they liked a certain thing and now it's not that thing anymore? And so what serves an artist in terms of building a community and making something maybe for a wider spread audience doesn't necessarily serve an individual person who's only there for that one thing. And unfortunately, the negative people are always louder than the positive people.
Yeah.
So that's what you hear.
It's the worst part. Yeah, absolutely. But thank you for entertaining the chat for a moment there, Ellie. We are just about ready to go. So chat, remember, we are going to give you the options to compile your own top 12 as we go. But now we're going to bring on to you the Taylor Swift album rankings. We're going to take turns. I'll give Ellie the first word. Your number 12, my number 12. Then we go number 11 and go on up to our top Taylor Swift album. Now, I will make a couple predictions for these rankings. One, I feel like we will have the same number 1, and I feel like we might have some disagreements on our bottom 5. We'll see, though. We're gonna see. This will be really, really fun. But
I won't hold anything against you because I know it's a matter of opinion, and every Swiftie, their heart is in different places. So I really feel like what one person's ranking is, it doesn't mean they're right. It's just an opinion.
Absolutely.
I'm going to appreciate hearing your perspective regardless.
You're welcome to give it. Let me have it like you did when I said that Taylor Swift only has 10 years left.
Yeah, I'll fight you on that one. Yeah.
As you should. And Matt says, yep, it's like if a Fortnite streamer switches to Call of Duty, it usually doesn't go well. That's a great analogy.
Heaven forbid you like 2 games.
The horror of that. Oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So let's get to it. What's your number 12 Taylor Swift album? By the way, even our number 12, I want to make this clear, is still a very good, solid album. Like we want to make that clear. Like Taylor Swift is an exceptional artist. Like, so even the 12th best Taylor Swift album is still a pretty good album. So with that being said, Ellie, let's give it to you for your number 12.
Thanks, Davy. Can I talk about I really want to give you guys some insight on how I made these rankings because I feel like it's important. There's a reason I've never done an album ranking stream, and it's because it's so damn difficult. But I decided to invent my own form of Taylor Swift math when I decided to do this with you. And I did this in a certain way. Okay. So I'm going to just explain my process to you really quickly. I started out by going through every single album and scanning the album for songs that I don't have memorized. That was my only, if I do not know this song well enough to play it first try on Twitch, I counted it. Okay. So I went through and I counted how many of those songs were on every album. And this was the least biased way for me to figure out how many least favorites I had on each album. I didn't want it to be about bias at all. I wanted this to be as scientific as possible. So that was my first step. I counted how many, and I'm calling them skips. Okay. I didn't necessarily skip them. I know a lot of these songs, but I don't know them well enough to play them first try. So we're calling those the skips. After I made my list of skips, I divided the number of skips by the number of albums or number of songs on each album. And this gave me a percentage for each album. That percentage is a little bit biased because obviously I'm going to know every single song on debut, whereas I might not know every single song on The Life of a Showgirl in the same way it's been out for 20 years longer. But that was my initial ranking system by percentage. And that was where I had my starting point. From there, I went back onto each track list and I did another scan as unbiased as possible. I picked how many songs are the songs that immediately catch my attention as this is the reason I listened to this album. So these are my all-time faves, my loves off each album, and this coming up with this number for each album gave me a pretty great idea of how I felt about every single album because I now had how many songs I love, how many songs I like, aka the ones that didn't make either list, and then how many skips were on each album. So with that being said, it took about 10 days to finalize this list. There were rankings that I absolutely hated. I knew there was some that I knew were going to be there from the beginning, but I think I can say with confidence that this is my Taylor Swift albums ranked. because once I had that list, I put all of my emotion into it and I decided what do I actually want to listen to, and I ranked them by how I feel about it today and this week. So, my number 12 album, don't hate me, is Fearless. This album, it had 5 favorites, it had 10 songs I like and 10 songs I skip. It causes me physical pain to put any album last, especially one that really, cemented Taylor as a storyteller and as a lyricist, but I have heavily outgrown this album. I feel like a very specific time. It was such a specific time in adolescence, and it was a heavily over romanticized time. It's a 25 track re-release, and I never really latched onto the vault tracks. So yeah, maybe Don't You was a good one. It is still iconic though, because it had some of the biggest radio hits: Love Story, You Belong With Me. My personal favorites were The Way I Loved You and Forever and Always. I just if there's an album that I want to listen through top to bottom least at this time, it's Fearless.
Wow, look at that. It definitely, I would say, it surprised me. I mean, not to say that I was expecting you to put a top 3, but that's definitely not what I was expecting for that number 12.
Fair.
Wow, that is fascinating. Because there are a lot of well-known songs in Fearless that hit the pop chart and hit the country chart, and on and on and on. Like, we know them as distinctive, the defining songs of Taylor's career. But you know what? I have a huge amount of respect for your pick here, because we know there are some heavy hitters that are also further into Taylor's career. So to quickly recap that, number 12 is Fearless for Ellie Fier, and there was no fear for Ellie Fier in that one. That was pretty impressive stuff, Good times.
I'm just saying it. It might not be a popular opinion, but I mean, my rankings would have been different 10 years ago. So we're talking about how we rank them today.
Right.
And I have to be true to what I feel. And I'm a deep cuts girl through and through.
Mm-hmm.
I will take the deep cuts over the radio singles any day of the week. So I can still recognize this song for how iconic it is. But that's me.
No, big respect for that too. Like, when you're a really big fan of an artist, that is definitely how you will absorb their music. You will appreciate the deep cuts, and you will really deep dive into them, and it's great. And I think it's, by the way, you should mention, Taylor Swift is really one of the few remaining artists who really can get you invested in an entire album, and really likes to make an album, and the commitment to that. In this modern era of singles, I think it's great that she has this vision still. And maybe we won't get into this album yet, because we're going to get to it later in the ranking. But I will say, the Life of a Showgirl did a really good job, putting together a great story, and just rolling with that story for the entirety of the 45 minutes of the album. Steven says, my heart broken, shattered. I think we've surprised some people with that. Listen, if you think you're surprised with that, wait till I get to some of these that I'm about to rank. Okay, so let me give you my number. Let me give you my number 12.
Let's hear it.
All right,
Let's
number
hear it.
12. Number 12. Let me write this. Okay, so the thing I'm going to say with number 12 is that I certainly you have to put an out. There has to be a number 12, right? You can't just they can't just all be number 1. It's not going to. There are reasons to put one above another one, because as Ellie was talking about, we're getting into you're getting into what connects with you more, what doesn't connect with you more, what had more great songs, what didn't, what had better deep cuts, what didn't, and kind of going from that. So for me, my number 12, now again, this is number 12 out of an incredible career, but nevertheless, number 12 for me, Reputation. And
okay.
And I'll say this. Ellie, you did kind of give me a little confidence in this pick, because you mentioned how when you first listened to Reputation, you weren't vibing with it. You were no, this is just kind of she's just saying F this and F that, just answering back at the critics. There's just a lot of that. And it gets really unusual in certain spots. Like there's like some EDM, there's some rap going on. Like it's kind of happening. It's obviously not a bad album. I mean, I keep saying this over and over, but like it's definitely not bad. But compared to what else
Not
is
a bad album, but agreed.
yeah,
Sorry,
but
go on.
compared to what else is out there though, I just don't think it's on the same level as everything else, including Fearless. I think Fearless would definitely be higher. So that's my number 12.
Fair. You know what? I support that 12. When,
Oh my God,
when that
I'm
album
really
first
so
came out, if I were to do a ranking, it probably would have been at the bottom. But I've come to really love it.
Okay, yeah. Like you said, like
Dive deep. Oh no.
dive deep. I'm so sorry. Wow, got here in time to hear you put my favorite album at 12.
If it makes you feel better, dive deep, and this probably won't make you feel better, I put Fearless as my 12th.
We are already ruffling feathers with these rankings. This is only going to get crazier, folks.
Yeah. Yeah.
But really great to see you dive deep. Welcome in. Nice to have you here. We really, and by the way, we're going to give you a chance to rank these albums too in just a little bit. So that's our rankings. Just for those of you just jumping in, let me give you what we have so far. So there's number 12 for Ellie. There's number 12 for me, Reputation. So let's go back to Ellie Fier and get your number 11, your 11th best Taylor Swift album.
Okay. I'm going to try not to like defend every decision I make today and just reiterate that this is a matter of opinion and it's a matter of, music that maybe I've outgrown. But in terms of what I want to listen to from top to bottom the most, my 11th is Debut. I have not, in terms of my very scientific Taylor Swift math, I have a 91%. This album gets 91% for me. 7 favorites, 6 likes, 1 skip. That skip is a perfectly good heart, by the way, if you're curious to know. It's a beautiful album. It feels like an introduction to Taylor, like I said earlier, like before she was, beat down, changed, affected by what everyone was saying. It's very soft and introspective. It's vulnerable. I loved Tim McGraw. That song, it was just a very beautiful introduction to who she is as an artist. And I loved Mary's song. I could honestly sing every word to this entire album, but Dive Deep is saying she agrees. I'm stoked that we're on the same page so far, Dive Deep. I'm not ready to disagree with you yet, but that's my 11th debut.
I love it.
Beautiful album, but
I love it a lot. Oh my gosh, thank you for the raid to Danny Pintaro. Holy cow, welcome in. We are doing a tape. It's so nice to meet you all. My name is Davey. I'm a variety streamer based in Los Angeles. This is Ellie Fier, a singer-songwriter based in British Columbia in Canada, and we are here to give you the Taylor Swift album ranking stream. Welcome in.
Let's go.
Look at how people chanting folklore in the chat. I love the vibe. I love the energy here. So nice.
They're here for it. Yeah, let's go.
I love it a lot. So, I honestly, I know Dive Deep was with you on Taylor Swift being number 11. And I'll tell you, Tori, thank you so much for the follow. And NJ Tiny Sassy Gal, thank you for the follow as well. Your handle's amazing. A lot of chance for folklore. Is that your raid call? That's a great raid call. I think the chat has spoken on their number 1. From Danny's channel. Thank you so much for the raid. Y'all go give our friend Danny Pintaro a follow. I'm going to do the same thing. You're so kind to raid over. I appreciate you.
Also, Trevor, I can appreciate that. I'm saying Fearless is the album that made you a Swiftie. I really, really think that a lot of the first, like if you weren't a fan from debut, I think a huge wave of her fandom came in at the Fearless era.
Yeah, totally understandable. Yeah, and it's true. It's like it probably did get a lot of folks in the door. So like nothing, no shame in that. Like absolutely not. Yeah. Danny says, "Sorry, we threw off your rhythm. We decided folklore." There is no apology necessary. We certainly have a lot of love for folklore. How much? Tune in and see. Stay with us. We'll tell you where we ranked folklore. And I'm really eager to see where you put it, Ellie. And y'all might be a little surprised where I put it. We're going to find out, but
I'm so excited. I'm ready to hear your number 11 though, Davey. What did you put?
All right, number 11. You ready, everybody? Okay. Number 11. Folks, I think we might have we might have the first agreement of the night. I also put Taylor Swift's debut album as number 11. And it's literally just echoing everything you said. Everything you said. Like, it's a great start for Taylor Swift's career. Some really big radio hits, big catchy songs. Teardrops on My Guitar, right? Like, it's a big song. Like, everybody does it. They do it at karaoke. Like, it's a big song. But it was what we would call the start to something much bigger. And so I have to think that Taylor Swift's debut album is a great beginning, but definitely not the best ever, because there's so much better that came. It really just speaks to how much everything that came after it was like stepping up from that. And that's a big thing, because like some artists, like they come out with a big debut album and then they can't really figure out how to take that next step. But Taylor Swift has done that and then some. Like the steps that Taylor Swift has taken in her career could climb pyramids. Like, it's amazing. Like, so I don't really have anything else to add to that.
She sets the bar for sure.
Yeah. Stevens' vocals are number 11. Awkward.
Steven, we're both gonna pretend you didn't say that.
I have to say, I don't think I would agree with that, Steven, but I appreciate your opinion and I respect it. Like, again, like we said, like even number 11 Taylor Swift album is still a really good album, or still a very good album. Yeah. Danny says,
I can't agree.
Danny says,
but it's okay. Everybody has an opinion.
Ellie's not as willing to hold back on that.
I'm like so vulnerable to being rage baited by this chat right now.
Oh, that's funny. But let's see. Danny says, "Nah, it's a totally different vibe, Steven. I get it. I'm also a huge contemporary folk person, so yeah. And if you're a fan of folk, and if you even have even a cursory appreciation of folk, folklore definitely will be one that you will enjoy. But I do want to save more of that commentary till later. So, but I love your support here. This is great. T Scorpio, thank you for the follow as well. It's so nice to have you here. Dive Deep says, listen, I'm a glitter gel pen girly. Hey, listen, we love it.
Love it. Let's
see. Steven says, ooh, that's very true. Lots of artists that can never top their OG album. Oh, yeah, thank you for that. Yeah. And there are really incredible examples of that. Like, let's see. Oh, I love that, Steven. And the Folklore era is one of my favorites during the Eras tour. That's pretty cool. All right, so we're doing great to start. Here's the top 10. Here's the top 12 so far. The only shame of this, Ellie, is that there were not 13 albums, because that would have been fantastic. Like a perfect canon. Oh,
we can speculate on what we think the vibe of 13 is gonna be.
That's a good question. Because I feel like what you see a lot of the time with Taylor is that Taylor, it's a roller coaster, right? It goes up, it comes down. It goes way up, it comes way down, and then it just goes really far down, and it comes back up again. And so with life,
it doesn't go that far down, Davey.
I meant mood, not actually like the quality. I should be specific.
I'm just kidding.
It couldn't go that far down. That's true. But anyway, I don't know. I feel like it'll be somewhere in the middle. Like, I think it's going to keep that. Look, Taylor Swift's about to get married, folks. Can you even imagine what a Taylor Swift Travis Kelce wedding is going to be like? Like, I personally think they should live stream it, but that's me being selfish. But like, I don't know if they will. It would be good content, I would say. But
I have the same wish. I doubt it's going to happen.
Yeah, I doubt it.
I'd love to watch it happen.
It would get some numbers. I'm just saying. So Blu-ray says King, absolutely. But good to see a King. Yeah. Steven's got a cut prediction. I think there's a whole new era we're gonna see for Taylor Swift 13. I agree. What if that's the name of the album? Let's document that here. Let's clip this. The name of the next album will be 13. Why? It means her favorite number. Like, I feel like it has to be the number.
Honestly, I'm picking up what you're putting down. I really can see it being like something that I think she's gonna make us wait.
Yeah,
I think she's gonna make us wait. But when it comes out, you better believe she's putting her whole entire soul into a 13th album.
Yeah. I love that so much. Dive Deep says, our generation's royal wedding. Yes. Yes.
For real.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's
Queen
there.
Taylor, let's go.
It's going to be amazing. It's going to be unbelievable. The biggest wedding you've seen in the 21st century. Absolutely. Steven says, on the whole, wedding planning is definitely getting documented. We are 100% getting a docuseries. That is such a good call. Jerry DeCanio, thank you for the follow as well. I'm so glad to have you all here. So, folks, we appreciate all your comments so far. It's great to see the enthusiasm. I knew, like, album rankings are certainly you're going to get a lot of good chatter, but when the topic is Taylor Swift, it's just like, I had a good feeling we were going to get a lot of excitement for this. So we are on to number 10. Mm-hmm. Number 10 in the Taylor Swift career arc. Ellie, you've already named Taylor Swift and Fearless as your 11 and 12. I'm so curious. What do you have for number 10?
Okay, I have changed my mind about this 80 times, but I'm going to stick with my very first call on this one. Okay, Life of a Showgirl. This hurts my heart to say it because I'm truly still discovering this album, but it's the most recent release. I absolutely feel guilty that it's in this spot. It deserves this spot for me because it's an album that I still haven't quite, I don't know, it hasn't quite landed in my world yet. And it happened for me with Red too. I wasn't quite ready for it when it came out, but I feel like this album is going to come back around for me in the future, and I think I'll be delighted to rediscover songs that I'm calling skips right now. I will say I was introduced to this album by playing it top to bottom like 3 times over while I was hanging out with a friend of mine. The night it came out, we played it top to bottom, and we were just having a couple drinks and catching up, and it played over and over and over, and I felt really happy listening to it. It had a really amazing energy. It was uplifting. It was poppy. Some melodies hit me really quickly. I liked Eldest Daughter, Ruin the Friendship, and Actually Romantic were like my top first plays, songs that I liked first. I was really surprised at some of the graphic lyrics in Wood and in Actually Romantic, but I love her for it. I wasn't expecting it, but I love her for it. I've had a harder time getting into the deep cuts of this album, though.
Okay.
Canceled, Honey, Elizabeth Taylor, they were just somewhat skippable songs for me. I'm neutral on the rest of it.
I liked Elizabeth Taylor. I thought that was a pretty solid song. I mean, I feel you, but I did actually like that song because maybe just because I'm more familiar with. I mean, I'm fairly familiar with Elizabeth Taylor, not hugely familiar. My mom would know more about Elizabeth Taylor than me, but but it was kind of an interesting allegory. It was kind of like using Elizabeth Taylor's career arc to kind of like serve as a metaphor for her own career arc, which is interesting.
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm truly not. And I'm also not saying that if you asked me in 6 months, it would still be here, because I think I feel the most guilty about putting this of most of my rankings. This one, I couldn't put it anywhere else, but I don't like it here.
I gotcha. Folks, it is true. We do have a little recency bias on the part of like pretty much all of us right now, because it just came out like a month, like maybe 2 months ago, like 3 months ago. Mm-hmm. So perhaps with the passage of time, we may wind up not seeing it as glowingly as we do today. So there's something to that. So Ellie, I think that's a reasonable, because remember, we have a lot of songs, we have a lot of albums ahead of this. But definitely, I will say that, but with that being said, I definitely was surprised by this. I thought she would have it maybe, I don't know, maybe, certainly didn't think you'd have a top 5. But maybe you were thinking like maybe more towards like 7 or 6. So I was definitely surprised at 10. But you gotta stick with your gut, honestly. Like, I know that you can imagine you probably spent like a night just going back and forth, like you just said, like you're going back and forth. Well, maybe it's this. It's like when you're trying to decide on like a pair of shoes to buy. Like, well, maybe this one or maybe this one. Mm-hmm. I tried this one. It might be good. Let's try this one again. So I get it. I totally understand.
I mean, the other reason it doesn't fit there is because it's an album I do currently still listen to more than some of the other ones that are gonna rank higher on this list today. Mm-hmm. So that was a struggle for me. Is like, what what do you classify as a favorite album? Is it something that you want to listen to more that day, or is it something that you have like invested years of your life into and like most of your personality is tied in? So it's
That's
it's
fair.
really hard to be like, where's the line on what's how do you determine that?
No, you're right. You're right. It's a fair question. It's a fair question. And so I feel like to truly be able to evaluate an album, you need to kind of like like food, like you just let it marinate, and you let the passage of time kind of define like where does this rank in history. And it's tough to do that when album is barely out, and it is. Like so, definitely some respect to you for that. Steven says, and the album kind of just came out and Taylor went quiet. She really didn't do a whole lot after it came out. The one viral dance and then a bunch of remix releases. But then it kind of just quiet right now. There's no real focus on it.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's something too. That like the promotion isn't on the same level. But as we were talking about, there is a potentially massive wedding like being planned, I'm sure, as we speak, on top of everything. So it's definitely different. It's a different part of Taylor's life for having an album that out when an album like this comes out. So there might be, maybe that's part of it. I'm not sure. But welcome Aqua to Fana Blue. Welcome in. Hello there. Nice to meet you.
Hi.
Let's see. I'm Davey. This is Ellie. We are ranking the top 12 albums from Taylor Swift's career. Let's go look at our top 12 so far. Danny says, all right, off to make dinner. Have a wonderful life. Thank you so much, Danny. My only disappointment is that I did not get to show you where we ranked Folklore. So if you have the wherewithal to get to the VOD, we would be so glad to share that with you. But I will just say, as you go off, we definitely are fans. Ellie, I mean, I feel like do I speak for you as well on that front?
You do.
Yeah.
Huge fan of Folklore. Yeah.
Yeah. So big respect for you, for your raiders, and for your community. You're leaving in the background. Okay, cool. So enjoy the lurk. Thank you so much for hanging out. And T Scorpio, thanks for the follow. And I'll just call you Wendy. Okay, cool. Wendy, is nice to meet you. The wedding is postponed. I didn't know about that. Did you know about that?
I didn't know about that either.
How did I know that?
Excuse me while I no. Just kidding.
Oh, that's funny. Okay, so just to refresh, I know a lot of people just jumped in. That was our rankings so far. Fearless, Taylor Swift, and Life of a Showgirl. I have Reputation and Taylor Swift. It is now time for my number 10.
Yeah.
My number 10 album of Taylor Swift's career is it's Evermore. Now, again, I make this point again. This does not mean I don't like Evermore. I actually like Evermore quite a lot. But the thing about it is that it feels like more of like a like an extra disc of bonus tracks to Folklore than necessarily a separate album. And that's kind of where I'm at with it. But I really did enjoy it. I thought it was a lot of great collabs. Like, I think The National even formally collabed with Taylor on one of the cuts. And then there was another song with Bon Iver, which just never disappoints. Like, that was really great. So, a lot to love about Evermore. But because there's so many other, career-defining albums that are also in the catalog, I kind of see it as more of an addendum to Folklore than necessarily an album in and of itself. But it is a very good piece. It is a very good collection of music. So that's my number 10.
I agree with what you're saying about it, and I'm excited to talk about Evermore when I get there. But I really understand that choice for you.
Thanks for that, Ellie. Well, I guess we can just get right to let's see, we're up to 10, right? So we could get to your number 9. Let me just write this down first, make sure that we have.
Sure. Yeah. Yes, Wendy's a fan of Cowboy Like Me. That's a favorite.
Nice. Matt says, in Davy's world where Taylor is done within 10 years, Evermore won't be remembered. We're about to find out how wrong I am about this over the next few decades. Like, it's going to be like Taylor Swift is releasing her 56th album this year. How does she do it at this age? Like, it's amazing. And then going on a tour of like 200 cities, like, oh, how to Regin. Well, man, it's so good to see you. Steven says Evermore is my 10. I actually like a bunch of songs in it. I just don't listen to it much. Yeah, I love that. Okay, Ellie, let's get your number.
Interesting. Okay.
Are you ready?
I'm loving this, by the way. I'm loving this. I'm loving hearing everybody's thoughts on these albums. I'm loving this. Okay, my number 9 is Speak Now. I think of her first 3 albums, this was my favorite. I loved everything about this album when it came out. 8 favorites, 11 songs that I like and have memorized and could play at any time, and then 3 that I would consider skips. TV's vault tracks were good with songs like Castles Crumbling and Timeless, but I never came around as strongly to the rest of it, and for that reason I think I would almost say I prefer the youth and vulnerability and the lyric choices in her original album. I like what she originally did with it, and I don't think I needed the re-release as much. Don't hate me for saying that. What were the skips? Oh, okay, let me tell you what the skips were for this one. I had them. No, I didn't write them down for this. I wrote them down for a lot of albums, but I didn't write. Okay, Dear John.
Hold on. Just a minute. Dear John's a skip? That's crazy.
It's a skip in terms of if I'm listening to the album top to bottom today, I'm skipping that song.
Whoa.
I have it memorized, have played it on stream. It's not an official skip, but it is as of right now, it's kind of a skip. Also, oh, sorry. You know what? I actually made a mistake. I didn't count that in my initial skips. I just did that just now. No, my initial 3 skips were Electric Touch, When Emma Falls in Love, and Foolish One. And all of them were bonus tracks. I take that back, actually. Dear John, because I have it memorized, should not count as a skip.
Oh, okay.
But
okay.
It's...
Whew.
We're revising our statement. We're revising our statement. Dive deep. I'm also happy to admit that I may need to give some of these vault tracks a little bit more of a listen, but when I listened through a few times you know what? Dive deep, you came in late. I think I need to also clarify that the reason I'm calling them skips is because they are songs I have not memorized. So that is my only classification for calling a song a skip. If I can play it first try on stream, it's not a skip. But if I have to listen to it or go back just to clear the air on that, that's what I'm classifying as a skip.
I'm glad you clarified that. That's a very good point, because on the surface it sounds like you would skip probably one of the most one of the biggest cuts of the year, and a very pointed commentary that a lot of people have speculated was about John Mayer, which is just a whole story in and of itself. It's just kind of amazing stuff. And yeah, it's
absolutely about John Mayer. It is, but I think it's a heavily over romanticized story about it. I think, can I just say, I'm giving my honest opinion here. This could be a hot take. I don't care. Taylor Swift and John Mayer created half of my heart together, and there has never been a song that more accurately tells the backstory of what is happening between these two people than that song. He didn't even give her a credit on the song. He was not invested in that relationship. She went for it. He was this bad boy that she kind of got her sights on and went for, but we all have that stage in our early 20s where you kind of go for someone that isn't a great fit and you just want them because you want them, and he's a talented songwriter, but it was not a real thing. He was not invested, and that song really does say a lot about, I think, how he felt about her. And I think she just wrote Dear John because she's a songwriter and embellishing stories is what she does.
Wow. That's a lot to unpack for that. But you know what? I actually do agree with the tail end of what you said there, because, I think there's something to be said. The media and the fans, and I'm sure even the two of them, probably made more of the story than there actually was. It probably wasn't that big a deal in actuality. So it kind of just became a much bigger story in telling it as a song rather than the story itself, which probably was like, well, maybe they had a couple of dates and it wasn't a big deal. Like, is that kind of what you were getting at? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And I didn't mean to say that Dear John is a romantic song. I mean, she took what happened and she turned it into a song, which is what she does as a songwriter. I'm not saying it's a romantic song. I'm saying she over-romanticized the situation. And I'm not, like, she might have been hurt by him. She probably looks, you know what? I'm speaking from a fan point of view. I don't know what actually happened between them. And I know she released music later on. There's some, references on Midnights that might suggest maybe it was deeper than what I'm thinking right now. But I know that she was in her early 20s. It was a very short-lived thing. It was never an official relationship, or I don't remember it being anyways. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. But I just feel like she was writing an album and he affected her and gave her big feels. And it's exactly what you need as a songwriter to write a great song. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think that
he
part
also had a reputation, and she kind of played into it with the meaning of, with everything she said in that song, is really played into his reputation.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. John Mayer has a reputation too. No, definitely. This has been well documented. Trevor says she was only on like 1/4 of half of my heart. Yeah, I love these comments in the chat.
It's really recognizable though. It's like she's doing all the harmonies. She has a verse, doesn't she?
I would leave it to the chat to decide. I didn't hear the song, so I wouldn't know. But Ultra Raging says, leaves to finally listen to Taylor Swift. I have no insight on this. But then when we were talking about Dear John, like Ultra was like, I'm inspired to leave and listen to this song and hear for myself. Steven says, John Mayer is very much a dick, but I love his guitar playing. No, this is also well established. Like about as established as the one from no, just kidding. And welcome in, I Am Odyssey. Good to see you. So fucking good at guitar. The trio album was fire. Yeah. And that's the thing. I was like, I think I can separate the two things because like John Mayer definitely is an exceptional artist. Yeah. Let's see. T Scorpio says, is writing songs about personal life a good thing, or should personal life be kept out of songs? I mean, for me, I feel like, yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's just a degree of like how much you want to utilize it in a song, and how would you frame these stories? Ellie, I'll give you the same question.
I don't think I could differentiate at all. I think the reason I'm a songwriter is because of what I've gone through in my personal life. I don't think I would know how to write a song without including some influence of my personal life. Yeah.
Dive Deep adds, every songwriter writes about their personal life. It's true. I've pretty much seen it across the board. Wendy says, I think you should always write from lived experience. Yeah, it's good content. Like, it's like, you go through a really tough time in your life. It's like, it's awful, but it's also like great songwriting material. It's kind of the irony of it. It's like,
it's what makes it authentic. It's how do you write something that people can relate to if you don't relate to it yourself because you've been through it?
Yeah, totally. But we certainly see songs that are written about other things too. But I feel like when you share from your own point of view, you have that much better of a perspective on it. So it certainly adds a little bit of like authenticity and like, an earnest expression. No body, no crime. Yeah. There's a tune for sure.
Okay, it's an example of a story. Yes, Steve. I hear what you're saying. But hey, maybe she's wanted to kill an ex at some point. And maybe she pulled some inspiration from that feeling to write the song. We don't know.
Yeah. I did like what Steven says. Ellie writes about real life. Hype. Let's go. Thank you. So your chat's really on it tonight. I love their passion tonight, chat. Let's keep it rolling. We are just getting started.
Let's hear your number 9, Davey.
I was not ready for this much excitement after only like number 9. Holy smokes. Okay. So number 9. Okay. So we for number 9 for me, and we really do have some opinions coming up here, folks. Okay. My number 9, not gonna dress this up too much, is Fearless. So obviously we know that Ellie ranked it much lower, but I have very similar opinions of the album. A lot of really great cuts, of course, a lot of big pop hits, right? Like, this is probably one of the reasons why we know who Taylor Swift is. Like, this is kind of where it really put her into a different stratosphere in terms of some of the songs that were on there. Now, I have to go back to the track listing to remember which songs are which, because one thing about the beginning of Taylor Swift's career is like it can be easy to kind of conflate when songs came out. Like I would have, before listening to them individually, listening to the albums in full, I would have told you that Teardrops on My Guitar was from Fearless. It actually was from the debut album, and kind of the same thing. Like, I also didn't know that Love Story was from Fearless. Like I didn't realize that. Like I thought that was much later in the career of Taylor Swift. So there's definitely a lot of good content in there, but it's still pretty much a country pop album, and it's still kind of just like Taylor Swift working within the cookie cutter framework of what record companies are giving her, right? She's definitely herself. There's no question about it. But just to kind of drive that point home, that it's kind of just like Taylor Swift being part of the machine is rather than reworking the machine and making the machine her own. If I look at this from a distance, I would think that's a Mariah Carey album. Like just that cover doesn't seem terribly distinctive necessarily. So I feel like most fans would probably put Fearless in this arena, like about maybe somewhere in the bottom 5. And you did too. And I thought it made a lot of sense that you put it at number 12. I practically did myself. Like I think it would have been until I listened to Reputation, but the difference is that Fearless had those catchy tunes that kind of hit on the radio, and then you still kind of sing them every now and again. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, is that the one that had You Belong With Me?
Yeah, like it's a hard album to put low because it really set the stage for her rise, like her true rise to stardom. This album, Love Story and You Belong With Me, are still like 2 songs that I don't think she can play a concert without playing those songs. So yeah, they're huge. And I really liked the album art on the re-release a lot more than the original album art, because I do agree, I don't think the original art stuck out nearly as much, but I thought the re-release was pretty.
And you showed that earlier in the stream, like when you were doing your review of it, and I agree. That's a much better album cover. So let's recap where we're at so far with our rankings. We've completed the bottom 3, so to speak, 9 through 12, and this is what it looks like. So Ellie has ranked Fearless as her 12th, Taylor Swift as 11th. So most of the 2 early ones. But then the one that's kind of like got attention was Life for Showgirl at 10, which is like, wow. But I think over time, I think your assessment might make sense. And Speak Now at 9, kind of, I will say that does surprise me a little, but maybe not a lot, because again, much bigger things were to come after that too. So my bottom of the list is Reputation, Taylor Swift, Evermore, and Fearless. And I gave my reasons earlier in the stream. So that's where we're at so far. So let's get into the next 4. And this is where it gets really interesting, because I feel like for number 8, I could predict any number of directions, and I'm thinking it's probably going to lean more recent than not. But I'll give it to you, and you can let us know for sure. How recent are we going with number 8?
It's getting so hard to do this because in my head and in my heart, I feel like I rank like 6 albums as number 1, and then maybe like 4 albums as number 2, and then 2 albums as third best. Like it's really hard to differentiate of those like 6 albums I'd put in first, which one's first for which reasons, because they are so different. But my number 8 spot is Evermore. Let's pull up my graphic for Evermore. I have 6 favorites on this album, 4 that I like, and 7 skips. I thought I would love this album more because I loved Folklore so much, but I strongly agree with what you said before, Davey. I feel like this album is an album full of songs that just weren't quite strong enough for Folklore.
Right.
Or actually, I'm going to revise that a little bit too, because the first half of this album is iconic, and the first half of this album, if it was a 6-song album, would make it beat albums like Speak Now and Debut and Fearless for me, because I truly love the first half of this album. Gold Rush is an incredible song. Tolerate It feeds my soul. I absolutely love that song. But I kind of feel like, I'm curious to know chat's opinion on this as well. I a little bit feel like Folklore and Evermore ran so that the Tortured Poets department they walked so that Tortured Poets could run. In terms of, I am curious to know if releasing a 30 plus song album was maybe on Taylor's mind years before she did it with TTPD. I feel like these two albums in her mind might have even been one, and then she ended up making two out of them, and maybe she got talked out of it. It feels like Evermore is the hesitation marks at releasing a 30 plus song album. I'm curious to know your thoughts on that, but regardless, I think the first 6 songs are flawless. I think the rest is beautiful background music. Yeah, Tolerate It is a masterpiece off this song. I can't hate on any of it, but it's the first album that I did not have the whole thing memorized.
Oh, wow.
8 out of 17 skips on this one.
That is a pretty large number for a Taylor Swift album, yeah. But it makes sense to me because let's go to the chat. I love the call. Let's go see what the chat has to say. Steven says, literally thinking the song Tolerate gives me chills. But Steven says, I think you're right, Ellie. I think COVID really changed Folklore and Evermore. And Steven adds, I think it was exactly how Taylor handled the reality of what the world kind of became because of COVID. See, I've always thought that it was a function of COVID. Like the reason this even happened was because of COVID. Like this is why it was so
like the silver lining to COVID being what it was, is that Taylor had all this time to be introspective and all this freedom too to write.
Yeah.
You know, as like a poet that she is, and not be, you know, hindered by expectations. Yeah. Yeah. And it created, and so I don't want to get too detailed into this because I'm going to get to this when I get to my rankings of Folklore, but it created like a completely different sound, like a much more intimate sound, like probably what we haven't heard before. I mean, one would say it's in step with like the early part of her career, but I don't even think it's that, because it's so much less produced. It's not, because the other one's just kind of that, but it's like it's poppy and it's like danceable and stuff. This is like much more introspective, as you say, much more what is a word that I would use here? But it is definitely very, it's a vibe. The word vibe, I feel like, kind of defines what this album is. It really is that. It's I mean, not Evermore necessarily, but the combination of Evermore and Folklore, and it just created a Taylor Swift I didn't even know was there. The folk Taylor Swift. Like I never to really. So this is why I need to wait. Like I'm gonna wait till I get to Folklore to get into this. I got so many things to say, but all this to say, you're absolutely right. It would have been interesting if they combined Evermore with Folklore. I still would have regarded the entire Folklore as very high. But putting them as separate albums is an interesting decision, but I don't really feel like Evermore has enough to stand up on its own. But still, having said that, you still put it above Speak Now and Life of a Showgirl. Like, that's kind of saying things. Like, I think it says a lot. Yeah, it says a lot, because I mean, Aqua's here listing songs from Evermore, and you're so right. Willow is an amazing song. Champagne Problems made me bawl my eyes out at the Eras tour seeing it live. So there's a part of me that's like, I can not really like put any weight on the fact that the second half of this album took me longer to like feel the same way about, but those first 6 songs, just like I could still listen to them on repeat. I really could. I don't get sick of them.
Right on that. That is that's well put. I mean, just to, I put Evermore at 10. So we really are on the same page with that. It's like, it felt like it was just more of a companion to, I think they even say that in the liner notes, like it's a companion to Folklore. I'm like, well, why don't you just make it part of Folklore? But maybe, like you said, maybe she wasn't ready to do that yet. Like, it was like, that is a lot of songs, to be fair. Like, that's a lot of songs, and it's like, I'm not sure if the world was ready for that.
Yeah.
So let's catch up on chat. There's so many great comments here. Steven says, I'm shocked Midnights hasn't popped up for either of you yet, and I'm so happy about that.
They are fraternal twins, yes.
Yeah.
But it was just so clear to me that Folklore was stronger, and I wonder if Taylor feels that way too.
Yeah, I have to think so, because like I'll get into it more when we get to Folklore. Now I'm really curious where you put Folklore. I'm feeling like it's pretty high. I'm feeling like it's pretty high. I don't know how high, but I feel like it's pretty high. Willow hits my soul. I love
I'm
that.
not telling.
No. Good call. Let me just catch some earlier comments. This is going back to when we were talking about Speak Now. Steven says, I really like Breathe with Kobe Callier, and obviously, Hey Steven and
Love that song.
Yeah, great song, right? Great song. Fearless is good, but just a bit of an older album. Yeah, absolutely. Westsider says, I probably rank Showgirl lower than Fearless. So Westsider puts it even lower than where you put it. That is fascinating. But
on some days, it was like my instinct to put Showgirl in 12th position, and then there was other, like, obviously I didn't do that, but that was kind of like my first instinct when I was thinking about these ratings. But I really I was trying to consider, if I'm going to put an album on right now, what album would I rather listen to, this one or this one?
Yeah.
So Showgirl beat a few albums in that sense.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, totally. I think your forward thinking in ranking these albums is really good here, because a lot of us are caught in the moment with the life of a showgirl. I don't think you're utilizing. I think you're very strong in resisting the recency bias. This is very good. Like I feel like we should do this too, and maybe we will over time. Starlight Heroes, welcome in, by the way. Starlight Heroes says, didn't she write Speak Now about a friend's ex getting married? Sounds about right.
I think so. Yes,
Sounds about right.
I think so.
Steven says, my number 9 is also Fearless. So yeah. Keep on sharing what your numbers, number 9, number 8, number 7, number 6 is, because we really want to know where you rank all these albums too. So like, this is great to hear. Firefeather says 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D. It's we pretty much were, in the end of the day, it kind of is that. We're just pretty much like, this is like one F, one L, it's pretty much what we're doing. So
that's why this is so hard.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Starlight Hero says, Showgirl grew on me over time. Steven says, Showgirl in 12th. And here we thought I was rage baiting. No, I guess that's kind of the cool thing here, is that Steven, sometimes you think you're going out on a limb and you realize maybe I'm not. And I think, I've seen people, like we were talking about Fearless being lower. We're talking about Taylor Swift's debut album being lower. I think it's fantastic we have an agreement. I didn't know if we would. I felt a decent chance. I didn't feel 100% sure.
I wonder if we're gonna have any more.
I think we're gonna have at least one more. That's kind of my prediction.
Cool.
I think should Showgirl album. I have 2 songs as more Showgirl. That's interesting. I'm a starter. The problem is, next week, if you ask me my album list, I won't be able to recall the positions. I had those written down for tonight. Hey, Justin and Evelyn, thank you so much for joining us. Big ol' shout to Justin and Evelyn. How you doing, friends? They are awesome dueling piano streamers. Go follow our good pals.
52-month
Let's
streak.
go.
Wow.
Thank you for your 52-month streak and your 55 months overall. Jeff saying, Davy attempts the impossible today. It is hard. And I will give you a recap of our list so far. But first, I got to give you my number 8. Put on your seatbelts for this one. I've been worried about this all day.
Uh-oh.
Oh, baby. Let's see. Okay. My number 8 in the top 12 of Taylor Swift albums all time.
I have a guess.
Do you want to take a guess? Do you want to take the guess?
No, I want to just...
Okay, reveal and then the guess. Okay. We'll see if it lines up with your guess. Okay. My number 8, Midnights.
Midnight.
And you're like, what? And I'm like, here's the thing. It starts off so strong, right? You have Antihero. You have Lavender Haze. Yeah, you're on your own, kid. It certainly has a lot of like big songs from. I already see the chat going off. Chat's already popping off. I knew it was gonna happen. I knew it. I'm sorry. I felt bad of Steven's comment too. He said like, I'm so glad Midnights hasn't been brought up yet. And I'm like, oh no. I said, oh no. But the thing about it is I love how it's introspective, right? Like I think it's really cool to see Taylor looking back on the rest of her earlier life and her earlier career, and then getting into like conversations of what might have been. But I just thought that after the first half of the album, I was kind of disassociating with it. I just didn't feel like it grabbed me in ways that other albums grab me. And I was disappointed in that, but it could be a scenario similar to what you had with Reputation, where maybe I need to give it more time and give it more listens to really absorb and appreciate what is there. So, and it's hard to rank these. Like these are hard decisions to make. Like, but one thing that we remember is like the prime of Taylor Swift's career. Well, how do you define a prime? I feel like it's still going. I think she's still in the prime, but the beginning of the prime, shall we say? Like it's incredible stuff. So Midnight's definitely had some really good songs that kind of were on the level of that, but there just were songs towards the end. I don't know. It just felt, some of it kind of felt bitter too. Something I'm like, I get that because Taylor's been through a lot, but that's where I'm at with Midnight. There is a lot of chat to catch up on. Ellie,
no,
first.
you know what? I don't hate on you. I don't hate on you for that decision. I agree in some sense. I think that I agree in terms of the second half of this album was a lot harder to get into than the first half. But that being said, and I think I can say this without giving away where I put this album on my list, this was a very classic Taylor Swift release for me in that every single time I listened to the album, I found new favorites to the point where I truly love this whole album. But like I found new favorites every single time. So the ones that didn't hit me in the second half hit me 3 months later, hit me 6 months later, hit me 9 months later, hit me a year later when I was rediscovering High Infidelity and, just certain songs that in the beginning didn't really do that much for me. So I maybe I gave it more of a chance than you did to love the later stuff, in which case, again, no hard feelings for me on where you've placed this. I just, I agree to an extent.
Well, thank you for that. I'm gonna need all the support I can get right now. The rest of the chat is roasting me, and understandably so. I will say two things with regard to my assessment of Midnight's. One, I do think I need to listen to it a few more times to fully, really appreciate the entire like arc of it, because there's definitely an arc to be had there. There was also a little confusion for me with like all the different editions. Like there was like 3 editions of it. I'm like, what, did I listen to the right one? Like I don't even know if I didn't even remember if it was 3 a.m. or Till Dawn. I can't even remember at this point. But I think it's the one that had Paris in it, which I liked. I like Paris. I think Paris is a good song, but so I didn't know what to do with that. But honestly, like the first 6 cuts, like, yeah, I was with it. Like, let's go. Me, it's me. I'm the problem. It's me. Yeah, let's go. And then it was just like, just go. And I know it was
got played.
Yeah. Let's see. What? And then Travis is fired. And then, yeah, I'm so sorry, Steve. Steve says, literally, I just said how happy I was that Midnight was getting the recognition it deserves. It is the embodiment. Exactly. You're supposed to disassociate with it. Dive Juice says you jinxed it. Oh, it's funny.
Hello, kitten.
And oh my gosh, let's say hello to your friend. I saw your buddy. Hi.
She's feisty. She's feisty. Oh
what's her name? Or what's their name?
This is Raina.
Hi, Raina. It's nice to meet you.
She is very feisty. She likes to be on the desk.
I got it. Right on.
Hi.
But Raina, we loved your...
Sorry, please, not to cut you off there.
No sweat. As we know, in life, cats are truly the stars of the show, wherever we go. But, But I was just going to say, like, Raina had an awesome reel. Like, there was an awesome Raina reel earlier I saw on your Instagram.
Yeah, playing my guitar.
Not too bad. I think Raina's got some chops. Not too shabby.
Yep.
All right.
I don't recommend letting your cat strum your guitar.
Oh, I gotcha.
It's not good for the strings.
Yeah. But interestingly, our friend Ev from Justin and Evelyn actually would have ranked Midnight's lower. That is fascinating. Love to hear your thoughts on that, Ev. Wendy says, I was not as impressed with Showgirl. It was just okay. 12. Debut 11. Fearless. So this is the Aqua's rankings. Fearless 10. Speak Now 9. Lover 8. Showgirl 7. You do have it 7, though. That's interesting. Okay. Red 6. 1985. 1985. That is... Oh, no, I'm sorry. 6. Wait. 6 is 1989. Wow, even more wild. But you have Midnight's as number 1. That's kind of the bottom line of that. Steven says, see, Midnight's number 1. See, I knew you like. Look, I love all these opinions. This is great. This is really great. Jeff,
this is a great album. It's
yeah. Ev says, got it, Jeff, but have
and
a great
that's why
stream.
this is so hard because
Yeah.
you're not saying it's not a great album when you put it at your 7th spot. You're not saying it's not a great or 8th spot.
Yeah. No sweat. Ev, have a good rest of your night. Thank you so much for hanging out. Got it, Jeff, but have a great stream and enjoy getting roasted all night. Not the first time, I will tell you. It's not the first time this has happened on this channel. But I enjoy it. It's been really fun. BC says, I'm here to support Davy and Ellie. I wouldn't be able to name 4 albums. I'm a musical ambassador. I wouldn't even worry about that. Don't feel bad about that, BC. It's always a good opportunity to explore and try new music, you know? That's kind of the way I approach it. Odyssey says, this Raina and she's a punk just like her mom. That's funny.
She's a punk for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would classify myself as a punk.
Yeah. Have a good one, BC. Good to see you. Did we ever figure out if it was Raina or Ash that chewed the guitar string? Oh. Hard-hitting questions over here by Steven.
Oh, no, it was Ash. She's got some pretty sharp canines.
H Rock, welcome in. Is this where the cool kids sing? It is. Welcome in, friend.
Hi, Rach.
How you doing? Oh, Rach. Hi, Rach. Nice to meet you. My name's Davey, and here are our rankings so far. We are here to do Taylor Swift rankings. This is where we used to come up. So this is what we've done so far. Holy cow! It's already like 6. Oh my gosh! It's 6:38.
I know time is flying.
That's
by
wild.
right now.
Okay. Well, anyway, there's our top our list so far. You can see that we certainly had some interesting opinions here. We've ranked some albums that we thought would be higher, or lower. And it's interesting that I actually did get some support from Wendy on Life of a Showgirl. That is a fascinating situation, but I don't hate it. So that's where we're at so far. So, number 7, let's go back to Ellie Fier and get your 7th best album.
All right. Okay. Do I have to?
Oh no! Is there another hot take coming? Holy smokes!
I'm not ready for this one.
You know what, Ellie? Here's the thing. This is kind of me with Midnights, right? Like I was just like I have you have my support. I will do my best, depending on what it is. But for the most part, I think I will do my best to defend you here. You're all right.
Okay.
All right.
It's not too late to change it. Yes, it is.
Ellie, I'm nervous. Just dive deep.
My 7th album is Red. Because, 8 favorites, 16 songs that I like, 5 songs that I guess I'm calling skips, I guess. I personally didn't need the re-release for the vault tracks, but the original album is, in my opinion, a total work of art. It's loaded with songs that I would consider guilty pleasures. They're like cheesy, self-indulgent, but oh my god, so catchy! Iconic. This album is iconic for I Almost Do, The Moment I Knew, The Last Time with Gary Lightbody, and We Can't Forget All Too Well, which I would say is one of my all-time favorite Taylor Swift songs. So yeah, this album is gonna beat a few of the more recent albums simply for the fact that it's weaved it's weaved itself in deeply into some of my hardest breakups, and you don't forget those songs. So I think that overall I have a true love for this album, but in terms of wanting to listen to it from top to bottom, it's kind of an album that I now listen to for like some of my favorite songs, or when I'm really just needing like a guilty pleasure listen. Which songs would you consider Everyone Else Ignores Dive Deep? Because I'm curious.
That is interesting. That is interesting. But Dive Deep was kind of in step with. It was in alignment with you on that, though. It didn't disagree too much with it.
It does seem like people are pretty aligned. I'm surprised by that. I thought we were going to have a lot more Red stands.
I will say, I ranked Red lower than I thought I was going to. Like when I started listening to all the albums in a row. This is what I did to prepare. I did it all in one sitting just so I have a fresh memory of all of them. Mm-hmm. I most definitely thought Red was going to be not just higher, but much higher on my top 12, and it is not. I'll share where it will. So I honestly, like, for what it's worth, I'm definitely surprised it's 7, but it's not like I was expecting you to put it top 2, because like, as we've discussed, it's a transitional album. There are very good songs on there. A lot of songs that obviously that stay with Taylor Swift today, like 22, I'm turned 22, and I Knew You Were Trouble When You Walked In. Is that one of them? I think it is. So there are a bunch
of my least favorite songs on that album, if I'm being totally honest with you.
I can understand that because those are songs that anybody could burn out on because they've been played a lot, a lot. So I understand that. So what is there in between? I mean, some good stuff in between, but I'm actually was surprised listening to the album all the way through that I wasn't as wowed as I was expecting to be. I'm not saying it was bad. I'm just saying I was expecting like whoa, but whoa didn't happen. Yeah. I was like whoa, pretty whoa, like pretty good, and yeah. And when you don't sweat, don't feel bad as far. I know Wendy says I call it. Yeah.
I think we're at the point now where every album, regardless of what place it is in our ranking, is a great album for one reason or another. So there's always going to be a mood where that's the perfect album for that mood. There's always going to be, somebody who really resonates with certain songs. And just like Dive Deep just did, where she named a few songs that I'm looking at, I'm going, oh yeah, like I can't forget Message in a Bottle. I can't forget Holy Ground or Nothing New. Phoebe Bridgers, like, no, it's so hard to do this because there are always going to be unforgettable tunes that we're not recognizing as much in this moment. But
yeah. But I think we can say certainly very definitively that I feel like some of the most recognizable songs in Taylor Swift's entire career are on this album. And as people have been saying in chat, like, you see them on a lot of people's song lists, So even like casual fans or people who don't know Taylor Swift that deeply, we'll still have like I Knew You Were Trouble When You Walked In, 22 maybe, songs like that.
I'm curious to know if this is the next one we agreed on then. Is Red also in your 7th position?
It is not in my 7th position.
It is not.
But I'm not far from that. But what I'm kind of noticing is that there are key albums I'm thinking of that are in my top 5 that I'm now sensing are very much in your top 5. And I feel like we're going to have a lot of alignment when we get to the top 3. A lot.
I agree.
Yeah, this is getting very interesting. And folks, I want to make sure that if anyone feels bad about, like, if anyone feels like they're being roasted with their opinions in the chat, please don't feel that way. Because like we have so much respect for all of your comments in the chat. And I actually really have enjoyed all your thoughts on all these albums. And I love your rankings too. Everybody's like giving their top 12 too. And I think that's great. Like, thank you so much for doing that. Like, we really appreciate you chatting in. We just see this. There's so much love for Taylor's career. And that's the biggest takeaway I have. And I love it. So, okay. So let's give you my number 7. Me being a casual listener, I would agree with Davey. Thank you, Jordy. And Steven says, I think Red was the last time she wrote an album while still trying to please the crowd. Yeah, I feel a little bit of that too. Yeah. I feel like she had one foot into where she wanted to, into the direction she wanted to go, but she kind of kept one foot back in the country pop rock vibe, right? So like, I never realized that until I listened to the entire album. Like, oh yeah, this is kind of like still just a transitional period. So it's fascinating. All right. Anyway, number 7. And again, I will say I honestly didn't know where I was going to put this until I listened to it. So that's why I like didn't even put in like I kept like 4 or 5 of the albums off my chart until I listened to this album in its entirety. And now that I thought it was fun. I liked it a lot. But nevertheless, I'm going to put The Life of a Showgirl as at number 7 for Taylor's top 12. And I really had a lot of fun with this album though. It was a very good song. It's very good. And what's really wild about it is like it's really funny. And I think that's the thing that just kind of strikes me the most with it. It's hilarious.
It is funny. I really agree with that. A lot of the music on this album is like she's like no bars held.
It's just great. I feel like the lyric writing has been the best part of this album for sure. The direction of it going like more retro than usual, and then Jordy has made references to this in chat, like the production team sampling different artists from presumably the 70s, because Jackson 5 was definitely sampled, I understand. It was a choice. I don't know. It's interesting. It's certainly different, right? It's different. I think you can appreciate them trying something different. Maybe they did that because the showgirl vibe is kind of more of a 70s thing, so maybe that was the idea. I'm not sure, but I like them going different. Like, it's always good to try different things. So kind of there are parts of it that even sound like a Hosier album, so like that's not bad. Like I'm a big fan of Hosier, so like, totally works. Let me see. Yeah. Oh, Steven says hearing the lyrics for the first time was like, what did she say? There are a lot of tracks. That's actually the first thing the first thing I noticed about the album before I even heard it. Like, good God, there are so many explicit tracks in this album. It's like 2/3 of the album. I'm like, am I going to be ready for this? I'm like, but it was really funny. I had a good time with it.
I will say too about that album, I really loved how Actually Romantic, when I saw the track title, I had no idea, A, that it would be a diss track, and B, how funny it would be. I think it's one of the most, I think it's one of the nicest diss tracks I've heard, but also it just, I would not want to be on the other end of that song. Let's just say that. Ooh. It's still... I don't know. Yeah, tell me if you agree or not, but I really enjoyed that song.
It does feel very heavy-handed. It does. But I did enjoy that song regardless. I just feel bad. Like you, I feel bad for who was on the other end of that. Because, just imagine if it was you. Like, people make mistakes, man. It's like, really? Do I deserve all that to be just put on a platter like that?
But it's so nice. That's what's so funny about it. It's you know what? It just really elevates Taylor. The lyrics of that song really put her above the drama that started the beef, I guess.
Dive Deep adds, I love Unhinged Tay. Stevens' LOL Taylor Swift taking names and busting kneecaps when she wants. She's never held back on that. Pretty much from the point that Red started and going from there. Honestly, I would even go so far back as Dear John, but still, even from that point on, it was just she has that gear, and man, you better watch out if you end up on her bad side. It's just like, I always wonder what would happen if someone is that why would people even be afraid of this is obviously not the case today, obviously this is a different situation, but 10 years ago when people were thinking of asking her out, do they think in the back of their heads, well, what if this doesn't work out? She's gonna totally skewer me on the pop chart.
I mean, I'm sure some people thought about that as a negative, and I'm sure others might have even thought about that as a positive. I
certainly think it could be a positive. You're I feel like I've been what is the word? I've been
all press is good press.
Yeah. I think it's kind of cool to be part of history like that. And then hits top 10. That's great. Steven says the songwriting process of that must have been so funny though. Yeah. But I think Wendy made the point. I think it's Wendy that made the point that this is fun, this is funny, and it's very lively, and it's really very much now and in the moment. But will it age as well? That is a really good question.
It's a good question, yeah.
Yeah. It's a valid question. I think that's why you kind of got ahead of it when you said number 10, because you're like, well, is this going to age well? I don't know. That's a really good question. I really don't know.
There's a lot of it I have yet to discover. Will I take that time? Will it hit me at some point in the future? We don't know yet.
Yeah. Starlight Hero says, she said once a guy told her not to write a song about them breaking up, so she did.
That checks out.
That's so good. Oh my gosh.
Love that.
Yeah.
I
kind of don't think the sampling situation is really that big a deal to me, because there's sampling in all sorts of songs now too, so I'm kind of with Jordy on that. Okay, so Ellie, let's go recap what we've done so far really fast. Okay. Well, no, maybe we should just get to okay, I'll be really quick.
You can do a quick recap.
Really quick. Okay, so here's what we have so far. We have Red, Evermore, Speak Now, Life of a Showgirl, Taylor Swift and Fearless on Ellie's list. On my list, The Life of a Showgirl, Midnight's Fearless, Evermore, Taylor Swift and Reputation. So we've done the bottom half of the list. Now we're gonna get into the heaviest of the heavy hitters, and I'm getting excited now because like I feel like a lot of what I have there is gonna be what you have, and I think it's just a matter of where are they gonna be, what positions will they have. And yeah, as you said, I think we're gonna have at least one, and we might even have two that are like way up there. Yeah. So let's not waste any more time. Let's get your number 6.
Okay, cool. Excited for this one. Number 6 for me is going to be Reputation. There was 3 skips for me, but phenomenal album. At the time, like I said earlier, I felt like this album was a little bit more experimental than I was ready for at the time. It was different. It was angsty. The single was definitely not my favorite. So this was the slowest burn to get into out of any album. But my love for it really grew over time. And I think my first favorite was Gorgeous. Maybe Delicate, and then I discovered Don't Blame Me and Getaway Car. Later it was King of My Heart and Call It What You Want. I was a little bit late on Dress, but it's a great song. Same with New Year's Day. So 2 or 3 out of the 15 song album are like skips or songs that I don't have memorized, and the skips that I have are So It Goes, This Is Why We Can't Have Nice Things, and Look What You Made Me Do.
I'm kind of with you on having this is not why we don't have nice things. Like, when would you ever play that on stream? Like it doesn't seem like the kind of song for that. So, I like your assessment of Reputation, and I think I'm going through what you went through when you first heard it, which was like almost 10 years ago at this point. But I'm going through that now. So I feel like I may wind up ranking that higher over time. And if I were to keep, listening to it or listening to songs from it. You cited a lot of really good tunes. Getaway Car is a bop. King of My Heart is awesome. I love that too. Which is the one where Taylor says the real Taylor Swift isn't, or the old Taylor Swift isn't here anymore because she's dead. Like, what song was that? I forgot which one that was.
Look What You Made Me Do.
Look What You Made Me Do, yeah. Some people didn't like that song, which surprised me. I'm like, I can kind of see that because it seems a little... There's some conceit involved in it, so I can understand why people might not.
It wasn't about the lyrical content, like if there was conceit or whatever. It wasn't about that for me. It just didn't stick in my brain as a song that I was like, I don't know. I just felt like she was clapping back, but I didn't know to what degree I felt she needed to clap back. I didn't necessarily.
Yeah,
again, she was going through what she was going through, and I don't think we were fully privy to what she fully experienced until later. But at the time, it felt like she's angry, and this album is a side effect of the corner she's been pushed into.
Correct, yeah. And just to clarify my remarks earlier, like I also feel like I don't think that song's gonna be really remembered a whole lot compared to the other ones. So I'm actually with you on that. With that Look What You Made Me Do assessment. Yeah. Dressed and Gorgeous are the Shiznay. Yeah, those are fun ones.
I love them now. Yeah, I love Dress now.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, even when I said it was 12, like I didn't say to say it's 12 doesn't mean I think it's a bad album. It actually is pretty fun. Like, and certainly like, and similarly similar to what I thought about Midnights, I think the beginning of that album, that was pretty hip. Like it was a bop for sure. Like just kind of getting you in the mood. But it was, like you said, it was very experimental. I was not prepared for this. Now it's one thing to not be prepared for an album and you're like mesmerized by it. But this was kind of a case that I was not prepared for it, and I was just literally just not prepared for it. I may need a few more listens to truly appreciate it. So do you think that might help my case?
That's so fair.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that she does what she does. The more you listen to it, the more certain songs will become favorites. It's just how her music is. But it's fair. It's a slow burn.
I love it. Oh my gosh, what's good, my Ryan, that EFI guy? Welcome in. Here for
What's up? Hi, welcome in.
That's Ellie. I'm Davy. Here for Ellie and Davy, I discussed Tay-Tay. Let's go. And Ryan, we want to get your thoughts on this too. Shout out to that E-flat guy, our good friend. And my co-host for the Pets at Twitch tournament, which we'll be doing in a couple months. I'm very excited about that. More on that later. But let me get to my number 6. So
Cool.
I will lead off with, you've already ranked it, so that should give you an idea of what the album might be. But
Speak now.
how did you know? How did you know?
I don't know. I just had my Taylor senses tingled.
Your Tay-Tay senses have tingled for sure. Yes, that's it. It's Speak Now. That's fantastic. Fantastic prediction. Yeah. Yeah. Amazing. Yeah, the chat's very impressed with your prediction. Very good stuff.
Thank you.
I don't really have a lot to add to what you already said. Like, it's definitely a really good transitional album, but obviously there's still it's not perfect. There's some filler in there. Some of the songs are probably going to get forgotten more as time goes on. But I do think what I do like about it is that I feel like in terms of its production values, it's really well polished. And I just think that the backing band or the backing musicians for the album really were kicking into gear. It was pretty tight. It was a pretty tight album. So I rather liked it. I liked some of the directions that she went in lyrically, specifically with Dear John and quite a few. It was really cool to hear. And I'm hoping I got the right album when I say this, because there was like some songs where she was talking about her mom and how great her mom was, and I was like, that's really cool. I realized that was really neat to see the introspection going on with Speak Now. So, introspection is something Taylor will continue to do later in the career again and again, but it's kind of like the first real example of it that we saw. And so I definitely brought it up a little bit higher than Taylor's earlier 2 albums. So I do like Speak Now. I will say the one thing I would add to that is, like, I considered putting Speak Now at 7 and Life of a Showgirl at 6. I'm actually looking at the comments in the chat now. I'm kind of glad I didn't do that. Maybe what I would have done is I might have swapped Midnights to Speak Now, and I might if we do this ranking next year. To your point, I always feel like my top 12 of anything will change over time, because my opinions on certain albums will change. I'm definitely going to have a different top 12 next year, even though there's no new albums. I definitely could do that. It feels like, and you will too, yes? You would too, probably?
I would say certain albums will probably flip-flop for me, but there were some that were just so close. Like I honestly, I probably could have swapped Red and Reputation. Maybe there's some getting closer to my top album that I think maybe could have swapped. Life of a Showgirl might climb.
Yeah. And similarly for me, Life of a Showgirl might sink, because I'm like, well, this was really great, but it's sort of in the moment. This is a very 2026 album, but when it's not 2026 anymore, we're like, will it still hold up? I really don't have a feel for that. There's some where you feel like, oh, this is timeless off the jump. I don't have that certainty with this album. It's going to be interesting.
I feel that.
Yeah. So Steven says, no new album that we know of yet.
We speculated earlier, Steven, that she's going to make us wait for 13. I think she's going to go hard with that one.
Yeah.
I don't think she's going to be too worried about anything but getting married around her wedding. I don't think she's going to prioritize what the fans want to see when it comes to her wedding, to be honest.
You're right. And the fans are going to be there regardless. I think she knows that, we know that, and we're willing. I think all of us are willing to wait. Trevor says, Davey, you'll be happy to know I had sandwiches for dinner. BLTs? Let's go. Pump that up. Let's go.
Yum.
That sounds great.
E-Flat Guy says, I've not listened to a ton of Taylor Swift, but I remember being impressed with Mirror Ball. I love that song. We actually just played that on my stream a few days ago.
Oh, really?
Reminded again how much I love that song.
Oh, that's terrific. Lime says, good evening, long time no see. What was the sandwich of choice tonight? Lime, great question. Not just my sandwich of choice, but Ellie's sandwich of choice tonight. Peanut butter and jelly. At some point later tonight, we will individually go and make our own PB&Js. It's like, what kind of chili were you going to use, by the way?
Ooh, big fan of blackberry and raspberry.
Ooh. Oh, I'm in on that. That sounds great. That sounds super great.
Yep.
Steven says,
I'm a classics. I like the classics. Ham and cheese or PB&J. Or
yes. With ham and cheese, do you go mayo or no mayo?
No mayo.
No mayo. Okay. I like mayo, but I'm good with both. I like them both. Okay. So that blackberry grape jelly, I think that's such a winner. Well done. I like it. Okay, here's our rankings then. This is our top 6. This is where we're at. Speak Now, Reputation, and now we're into our top 5. So there's the rest of it.
Let's go. Look at those lists. They're so similar. Does that mean wait? There's only one album that I've ranked that you have not ranked yet, and you only have one that I have not ranked yet.
Are you surprised we have this much alignment, Ellie? This is incredible.
I mean, yes and no.
Mm-hmm.
I think some of it kind of feels natural. So, I mean, because I'm vibing with your list, I feel like it kind of feels natural that these albums are placing the way that they are.
Yeah. Wendy says...
All right, top 5.
Let's go, top 5. All right, well, swing it to you for your number 5.
Sorry, okay, yeah. So... this was definitely one that I, right now in this moment, could put in a different spot because I'm talking about one of my favorite albums. All 5 of these are my top album. I would just like to say that first. Lover. It feels wrong to put this in 5. I truly, truly adore this album. The album art, the deep cuts, the whole entire vibe of this speaks to my airy, romantic Libra heart. But 5 songs on this album that are immediate loves when I'm looking through, and then the songs that aren't my immediate loves are songs that I really, really, really like. So almost no skips. There's technically 4 songs that I don't have memorized, but I don't even want to call them skips on this album. I guess the skips would be It's Nice to Have a Friend, Soon You'll Get Better, The Archer, and don't hate me for this one, but Me with Brendan Urie, not one of my favorites. But every other song I truly, truly love. Another reason that this was a hard album to rank 5th is because, I can viscerally remember everything I was going through when this album came out, and I had a really long honeymoon phase with this album. I listened to it every day for way longer than I listened to any other album. It's just so good. It's just so good. Lover's amazing. I Think He Knows is amazing. Cruel Summer is not only iconic, but has completely come around as one of her best radio hit songs of all time, in my opinion. I could say so much. You guys are listing them, but this album for me is iconic for Cruel Summer, I Think He Knows, Death by a Thousand Cuts, Afterglow, and Daylight. Those are my top 5 unskippable songs. But I'm always having the best time when I play this top to bottom.
This is great. I love where your head's at. I'm a big fan of Lover. I really am. I loved Me, but I'm just silly like that. I thought it was I understand why people don't like it. It kind of sounds annoying. And the guy from the Panic at the Disco, Brandon Urie, is a phenomenal singer. But I can understand maybe his voice might get... I'm not exactly sure why you have it as a skip yourself, but I understand. But I would love to hear you a little bit more of a deep dive on that. Is it too silly? Is it too poppy? Is it too much of an earworm? What's your feel there?
I don't find it to be an earworm personally.
Oh, okay.
In fact, I just found that I was like, never nobody like me. I don't know. It just didn't hit me. It was maybe too poppy is the way to say it.
No, I totally get it. You know why I get it? Because when I've heard that song a couple of times in the beginning, and even actually literally just figuring it out this week that this was a Taylor Swift, I didn't even know that. I thought it was a different song. I thought someone else did it entirely. I didn't know it was a Tay-Tay song at all. So I'm hearing it on this. I'm like, wait a second. Holy smokes. Okay. So I get it. It's a little out of bounds. Yeah. So I totally understand. Yeah.
The Archer's a weird skip though for me to respond to Aqua there, because it was her single from the album and I really liked it as a single. I liked where this album was going based on that song, but once the album came out, it was just so low in my favorites that
I
ended up kind of playing over it.
Steven, going back to the sandwiches, hot ham and cheese or cold ham and cheese? Me, it's cold. Do you have a preference?
If it's hot, isn't it a grilled cheese?
Oh. That's so true. That's so true. I didn't even think of that. It's a great call. I love it a lot. Let's see. Steven says, Lover, my number 1. Oh, that's your number 1, Steven. That's fair.
Nice.
It is a really good album.
It's fair, yeah. I could see, honestly, on a different day, that could be a number 1 for me too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Dive Deep says, I do love Lover, but I have it as my number 7. Right on that. No, totally down with that. Because again,
I love that you guys made your rankings so that you could compare with ours. I really do love that.
this is great. Like you really all did your homework on this. We're very thrilled at this. So
Anyways, Lover's a great album. I'm so curious to hear your number 5.
Well, yeah, number 5. As you said, like anything from here on out is going to be a fantastic album. It definitely in a lot of on certain days it can be number 1, right? Like we've kind of established that. It is not Lover, which means it's higher. But what I selected for number 5, and as I think of it, I honestly, well, let me just reveal. Number 5 in my album rankings, The Tortured Poets Department. Oh my goodness, what an album. I was not ready for that to be so good. It was like their penultimate album overall. I heard that breath there. I really kind of regret putting it at 5, honestly. I should have put it higher. Like now that
don't listen to me. Don't listen to me.
No. It's not because of that breath.
Hearing,
but we're going through these albums, and I'm like, this could definitely have been 4, because I'm like, I felt feels I had not felt in a long time listening to this, and especially when you know like what the songs are about, like you understand like this is about Taylor breaking up with Joe, and just like how she really wanted that to work. And it just makes
such a hot take on that.
Okay, I'm ready for it. Let me round up what I was going to say though. But just it's just such a visceral sadness you feel throughout the entirety of the album. I don't necessarily know if we needed 30 cuts of it, but certainly it still worked. It still worked. And the overall work is an incredible work, and I really like this album, and I really am definitely, like, if we do this again in a few weeks, I think I would put this higher. I would put this higher for sure. But absolutely for me.
I like that take. You seem to have really like felt the depth.
Mm-hmm.
And I love hearing you say that, because I think that was what this album did very well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I still want to hear your hot take on the relationship though. So like,
oh, I don't think this album had anything to do with Joe.
Oh, interesting. Okay. I did not. Well, look, at the end of the day, it's all a matter of speculation, right? So,
I mean, I do think that there's traces of the end of the relationship on this, but I absolutely think that From Folklore to Midnights is her breakup with Joe album.
Oh, that's fair. That makes sense. But what about, would Goodbye London not be part of that? Or I don't know where Joe's from though, so like maybe not.
I'm not saying that he's not in and around it, but I don't think she was hurting over Joe by the time we got to hear the Tortured Poets Department. Okay. So I'm not saying that there isn't some of those songs maybe made it to this album instead of coming out earlier, but I don't think he was the theme of this album at all.
Oh, okay.
The way he was with Midnights and the way he is, there's certain lyrics, I've made notes of this later on, but there's certain lyrics in earlier songs too that we as an audience, I don't think had the full picture to know that she was talking about Joe yet when she was.
I see.
I think.
Yeah, and it's true. We can sometimes connect dots that aren't really meant to be connected, so that we can do that. And it's kind of part of the fun of listening to music. Well, I suppose that even if that's not the case, it still does those depths though. You really feel it. Mm-hmm. And the way that the production, the arrangement of these songs is just like, it's a connection you can feel because we've been through things like that. We've all been through things like this as humans. Like we've been through sadness and grief and loss, and seeing Taylor really do that without dressing it up or adding some diss tracks to it or what have you, or adding some sound effects. Like it was very real, and I really appreciated that. And and I can understand, and just looking at the list tonight myself, like I can see you're gonna have this higher, and am fully an endorsement. I fully endorse that because it really was incredible. I was not expecting it to be that good. And that's kind of my favorite thing about it is like, you just never know. Like you listen to these albums as you go and you're thinking these albums are going to be surefire, top 2, top 3. And this one, like I had no idea because it was like towards the end. I'm like, well, maybe he's kind of just running through some ideas and maybe it's not, we'll see. It was amazing. I'm just gonna say,
Yeah.
that's amazing.
Yeah.
So that's my anything you wanted to add on Tortured Poet. Well, no, you're gonna rank it later too. So maybe I should.
I will give my 2 cents later, but I do see how this one has affected you by how much you have to say about it, and
Yeah.
I'm just loving listening to your take.
Thank you. Yeah, Steve, but Daddy, I love him. So funny. The smallest man who ever lived. Oh, I actually like that one too. That's really good. Actually, such a great track. That's awesome.
Love it.
Wendy says, I think it had a little to do with them. Mm-hmm. And I think Taylor loves watching the Swifties connect these dots because she knows exactly what she was talking about and leaves a mystery to us for fun. That's smart, right? Like especially for marketing purposes, it's very smart to leave people guessing. So I think that's a good thing that she does that. Steven is calling for TTBD to be your number one.
He's predicting, yeah.
Wait, I think there might be something to the prediction. I'm kind of sensing something. Well, we'll see. We'll find out. We will find out.
I'm not saying nothing. We'll find out.
You're not saying anything, but maybe. Just kidding. Well, regardless, let's go.
All I know is I will not change anything. I'm saying it exactly as I woke up this morning with it dialed. I'm not changing anything on the spot.
Okay.
It's so easy while we're doing this to be like, ooh, should I change this? Like I could change it right now, but I put it where it is for a reason.
Yeah.
I put a lot of thought into it, so I'm gonna try to stand by my decision.
Well, this is what I have to do. Yeah, I did it too because Tortured Poets. My instinct was like, you need to rank this higher, and I didn't. So I stayed with it, but I stayed with it. So here's what we have, and now let's give it to Ellie for your number 4.
Okay. Damn. Okay. So, my number 4, same with my number 5, could also be my number 1. I know that's you as Swifties follow that logic perfectly, so I appreciate that. Folklore. I hate that this is 4th. Oh my gosh, I hate saying that. Folklore is my number 4. 7 tracks that are my favorites, and by my favorites, I mean I will die on any hill that goes against them. I love this album. I'm obsessed with this album. I could play some of these songs on infinite repeat. Exile, My Tears Ricochet, August, Illicit Affairs, Betty, all instant loves, not in that order. Cardigan, Mirror Ball, and 7 second wave favorites. So many lyrics I'm obsessed with. Chasing Shadows in the Grocery Line is the lyric that I just truly love and vibe with forevermore. Hoax has a really special place in my heart for its 2-line chorus. Stood on the cliffside screaming, give me a reason. Your faithless love is the only hoax I believe in. I think that line's about Joe, and I think this is the very first taste that we had in seeing into what she was going through at the end of their relationship. So I think it worked really well for her that she wrote this storyline of these 3 people, this, love triangle that this whole album is about, while also maybe feeling a mixed bag of feelings in her own life. Gorgeous album. I think it sets her apart. This album, more than any album she's written, sets her apart from any other artist, because she had just done the country to pop switch. I mean, taking Reputation out a little bit, I think like 1989 and Lover were like both majorly pop albums, and then all of a sudden she's like, here's a folk album, here's another one, I don't care what anyone thinks, but here you go, this is what I did with my time over COVID, and just blessed us with music in a time where we needed that distraction. So I do think, Aqua, 100%. She had a love triangle going on with Maddie Healy and with Joe, and I think she was trying to, express her real life situation in this storyline that she told in this album, and it could be first. It really could be a first album for me. I feel like my heart is more in this album than than with like say Lover, which I can just talk and talk and talk about it if you bring up any song.
Yeah. Folklore is a really amazing work. I want to save my comments for when I get to it, which means obviously that it's going to be higher on this list, but not a lot, maybe not a lot higher, because like it's everything you said. It's like, what an incredible, refreshing album. Like, it truly is like nothing Taylor Swift had ever done before. And it just puts her in a very distinct place in time. And as you said, it was a product of its age too. But boy, there's taking a product of its age and coming up with like a really, lo-fi type thing. But this was incredible. And to do it with limited resources available, no studio access. You had to go get people to collaborate and record instruments individually and somehow piece it together. And you had to do Zoom calls with like your producers and send files back and forth in order to make this happen. Just imagine the process behind that, and it comes out this good. Yeah. Like, wow.
Yeah.
That's no small feat.
No, this was the first album that felt like, oh, this is Taylor Swift. Like, she just stripped off all of the expectations that people had of her, all of the like demand for a certain kind of music, and it felt like she said, well, I don't need to release anything right now. I know what my next album's going to be. Maybe Midnights was meant to come out. I don't know. But Midnights felt heavily pre-written. It felt like if COVID hadn't happened, Midnights would have been sort of the next thing. But because COVID happened, she got this opportunity to just, do what she wanted in her spare time. And yeah.
That's a really good observation, Ellie, because it does feel like sort of like a sidebar. Sort of like, what do you call those stories where you kind of have like movies in between movies and where there's sort of like this was happening in parallel with whatever the rest of the career was? Because you could see an alternate timeline where Taylor Swift kind of jumped from Lover right into Midnights. And it would actually have meshed. Like, when you listen to Midnights, especially the beginning of it, it's like, this feels like a continuation of Lover. Like, it just feels like it took where Lover took off. But to experience
1,000%.
Right? It just feels like, just music-wise and lyric-wise, it just seemed so much like it was a very natural segue. But both Folklore and Evermore, and I really need to say this when I get to Folklore, but it was just such a beautiful, addendum or sidebar, whatever you want to call it, to the career, to the entire discography, to her entire career arc. And it was like nothing I'd ever heard before. And I never even knew about it. Like, again, like I didn't really study, this is my first deep dive into Taylor Swift's career. So yeah, I never even heard about Folklore or Evermore. And I'm like, I can't believe I'm so glad she did this. Like, this is really neat. Yeah. And okay, I need to stop. I'm talking too much about this album, but it's
no, you're not. It's so good.
It's so good. It's so good. It's so intimate. It's so amazing, and I'm so inspired by it because it just shows that no matter where you came, where you started, how you started, what your music is, you can completely do something different and still be your authentic self. And you have to be a really good artist to do that, and I think Taylor Swift is that.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go into chat. Exile is one of my surprise songs. It was magical IRL. That must have been great to hear IRL. Like, anything. I would just love to hear, you know how like Bruce Springsteen did like the tour of the river, like playing the river, like from start to finish. Taylor Swift like doing a small tour where like the tour would be like, well, I'm going to play all the songs from Folklore and Evermore in a row. And then that'll be the tour. Like, that would be an unbelievable tour. I would go out of my way to do that. That'd be really good. EFOT says 1989 might be her most impactful album in terms of reach and how it changed her career, in my humble opinion. Absolutely. We'll have more on that for sure, which, by the way, Ellie will also have more on that coming up. Steven says, I really kind of wanted... Yeah. I mean, we're in our top 3, so we feel that it'll be very exciting.
We agree.
I feel like there's going to be agreement somewhere. Yeah. I really kind of wanted her and Matt Healy to end up together forever. I love the 1975, and him and I share a birthday week. Oh, yeah. I did love Imagine where the career would have gone if that happened, though. It would have been like even more like stuff like Folklore and Evermore, which I would have not complained about. Like, would have been great. All right, we gotta keep it moving because like I definitely want to get into this top three. So let's just quickly get this out of the way. My number 4, and I'm not gonna spend a lot of time on it because we already talked about it. Number 4 for me is Red, and now I'm now presenting this with regrets because I'm like, yeah, it is a really great.
It's a great album. It's a great spot for this album.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, it's an important album, and that's why I ranked it that high. Because like the cultural significance of the album is really the biggest thing about it. It represents the segue, the transition, the metamorphosis of Taylor Swift's career to just another pop country superstar to being a completely different pop sensation that was truly unlike anything we'd seen or heard before, and possibly unlike anything we will see or hear since. It was just one of a number of ways that Taylor Swift will reinvent herself over time. And so it was a really, really important album. And for that reason, I feel like it needs to be a top 5 album. So I put it at number 4. I think at one time I had it at number 5. Because again, that's how much I love Tortured Poets. But I think that might hold up okay. It's not the worst thing in the world to swap the two. But big fan of Red, and I like Red, and there's a lot of memorable songs in it. I couldn't quantify the skips of it. I mean, honestly, it was all pretty good. Like I feel like it was a very, very solid, well-produced album. Let's see. Taylor says,
I agree with that.
I think we would have gotten a more pop-punk Taylor album. Oh, you mean...
If she'd been with Matt Healy.
Oh.
If she'd stayed with him. Agree, yeah.
That would...
Punk? Maybe, yeah. Like introspective punk.
I'm wondering how that would
have
play.
been like the sad boy girl album of the 2020s.
That would have been very interesting. It definitely was something, definitely the new direction, right? Like that would have been interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Taylor says, okay, Davey. I hope that's a good okay. I don't know. But either way, that's where I'm at. That's what I have for number 4. Again, I don't want to take too much time there, but any other quick hitters on Red? I mean, you...
Nope, nothing to add other than I will just say All Too Well being on Red is like... that song stands alone from the rest of the album, whereas I feel like it's a guilty pleasure album. I feel like All Too Well was hands down her best writing to date when that album came out, and it was very, very, very difficult to rank these albums.
Yeah,
Trevor,
yeah.
thank you for asking. It was like it changed every time I sat down with it, and even to this morning, I was looking at my rankings like, okay, I stand by this, but also I could change it, tweak this. I could change. It changes based on what you feel like listening to in a moment. So I was trying to be as true to myself in this moment as possible.
And I had just as much trouble. Like I was really struggling with some of these. I'm like, because the thing is like you have to kind of start with like your number 1 and your number 12. And I felt like in both cases, I feel like with number 1, like it needed to be one album where instantly the hairs on my skin said, this is number 1. Like that needed to happen for number 1. And I stand by it. I stand by my number choice for number 1. And seeing where we're at, I feel like it's possible Ellie might too, but we'll see. I do know that there will be one disagreement. It's a pretty big one, and I understand that because I ranked it way lower than people expected. So no worries there. Steven says All Too Well 10-minute version of the video is just so great. Yeah. So, but anyway, just all this to say, yeah, I had equally as hard a time. It's tough. Like they're all so good. Like how do you put one above another one? It's a tough spot. Okay, top 3. This is big time, folks. Let's get back to Ellie for your third best.
Cool. Midnights.
All right.
Midnights is my number 3. I have, looking at my like skips versus my favorites on this, there's about 10 songs that stand out to me as like favorites, strong favorites, with 8 songs that I really like. Only 3-ish skips. Labyrinth, Dear Reader, and Sweet Nothing were songs that didn't quite hit me as hard at the beginning, but this album right away felt like a strong favorite to me. It's very repeatable. I'm also like a fan of that like happy pop mixed with like the diary. It still feels like she's writing in her diary in a lot of this music. I loved the late night synth feel, the album as a whole. The standouts on this album were both of the late releases, You're Losing Me and Hits Different, heavily competed for my all-time favorite Taylor song. After those, Midnight Rain, Would've, Could've, Should've, You're on Your Own, Kid. So good. So good. Also, not ironically, I think Taylor is a lyrical genius for writing Mastermind, which is absolutely loaded with double meaning. And yeah, it's a huge album too. It's 21 songs, not counting the remixes. There was quite a few slow songs that took a little bit longer to sink my teeth into, but I still love them, including Maroon, Bigger Than the Whole Sky, The Great War, and Glitch. I don't think that the Ice Spice release on Karma or the revised Snow on the Beach with Lana Del Rey did too much for me personally, so I didn't count them in the skips or total percentages of listens. I think those songs were good before and after.
Yeah, I think you covered a lot of good bases there. I gave my thoughts on Midnights earlier in the stream, and I do think, and I thought it at the time too, I'm like, I feel like I need to give this one another chance. I'm going to give it a couple more spins over the next few years, and then, we'll see how things evolve. But I will say a few things on Midnights that I think I appreciate quite a bit. And it's like, one, I think you're talking about the lyric writing. It was really remarkable to hear Taylor actually go back and just like step back through her life and just like, you just reflect on certain parts of it. And it was interesting to see these moments of her career and the moments of her personal life called back in these songs. So I did really enjoy that. I really actually thought that was pretty good. So I feel like I deserve to give it a second chance. But I do still stand by my point that the second half was not as good as the first. And just kind of, as I said, I was disassociated, but maybe that was the point. Like, I'm supposed to disassociate. Should I just soak it? Should I just go all in on that? Probably. And I think I probably would enjoy it more. So yeah, a lot of respect for number 3. I mean, it was a really huge album. The critical acclaim it got was extraordinary. It won like an MTV like album of the year. It won a Grammy for album of the year. It won a Kids' Choice Award for album of the year. It was a big critical hit. And
I think I just want to touch on that because you're really smart to say what a critical acclaim it was, because I really think that following the heels of Folklore and Evermore, people wanted to love her music and they wanted to push her and push her and push her up this like scale of, celebrity. And she was on a roll. She had a lot of momentum coming off those 2 albums going into the Eras tour. So it was kind of a can do no wrong moment, I think, in my opinion.
Oh, so like basically a right place, right time situation. Yeah. I can see that. I'm with that. I vibe with that. Yeah, absolutely. So I appreciate your thoughts in there. I've been really enjoying all of your thorough, not only just your thorough like commentary on all of these albums, as we would expect, because I know you're such a big fan of Taylor's work, but also, as Ryan alluded to, I didn't realize there was such a thorough methodology along with quantifiable metrics involved in ranking these. That is fantastic.
Ryan, you might have missed it at the start of the stream. I really needed to figure out how I was going to do this ranking system, and I developed my own form of Taylor Swift math that included scanning the song list of each album, scanning which songs were like songs that I hadn't memorized, which I classified as skips, even if I don't technically skip them every time. But if they're not memorized, I must have skipped them a few times. And then which songs stood out to me as strong favorites. And it gave me this like tally of every album of like how many loves, how many likes, and how many skips each album had. And it also gave me a percentage. When I divided the number of skips by the number of songs on the album, it gave me a percentage for each album. And I used this as my baseline for creating this ranking. And I put my emotion into it after I had the baseline for it. So I really put more thought into this than I've given almost anything in my entire
I really want you to rank other things now. Like, rank all the foods in your refrigerator. Like, no.
Oh man, mahi is at the top. Nobody knows what that is, but it's at the top. And mushrooms.
I am here for it. Let's go. Let's see. Starlight Hero says, I don't really listen to Midnights much anymore, but it was the album that got me more into Taylor. And that's awesome. Yeah. It definitely is a good mood for sure. Like mood is like the best word to describe Midnights. It's a big old mood and it's great.
It's a big old mood.
Big old mood.
Yeah.
Dive Deep. The Ice Spice version was unnecessary, but the more Lana Del Rey version of Snow on the Beach is definitely better than the OG. I think I heard it. I think I just like Lana Del Rey in general, so I think it made a lot of sense. I thought it was a pretty good collab, but was it necessary? I don't know. I mean, I thought it was good, so I guess I don't hate it. I don't mind it being there. So I think that's well said. Dive Deep. Let me see. Labyrinth is beautiful, says Wendy. Yeah. Oh yes. That's true. Steven says, not me literally queuing up Midnights to play while I go to sleep tonight. I really think it's really cool, Steven, that you connect so well with Midnights, though. For real. Like, I think it's really great. It's a special thing when the album connects. It doesn't have to be the number one album in the history of music to connect with it, right? And what will be the album that connects the most with you or any of us can sometimes differ from what the popularity of it is. But this is kind of both, because Midnights is an extremely popular album. So it's like it's lovely that the two fields align in this awesome Venn diagram. So Dive Deep says, I wonder if my rankings would change if I did that level of Swiftie math.
You should try it.
We should try it. It'd be really great. Welcome back, Danny.
I enjoyed the process of it. I could give you 3 different lists right now. Ranking by percentage, ranking by how many likes and loves and skips I had, and then my overall ranking, which was a combination of all 3 of these.
This is so good. Yeah. Ryan, you'll appreciate this. I told Ellie when Ellie broke down the system at the beginning of the streams, like, the college football playoff committee should use this system. It's like so much better than anything they've come up with to decide playoff teams in college football. Like, it's just so good. Oh my gosh. And so Danny Pintar, welcome back.
I can't believe we are at our level 1 and 2 spot right now.
We're getting there. I got my number 3, and I think you're all going to love this.
Yeah, let's go.
I've got my number 3, and then we'll give you our top 2. Trevor says, I think it's a good thing you decided to rank the albums instead of the songs. The girl has like 200 songs. Yeah, songs. We agreed, right, Ellie? Like, if we did songs, we would be here forever. It would take like weeks.
Yeah, this would be a week-long stream. Also, I think I would need like 6 months of prep time for that.
Your system you might have to take a break from streaming to do it.
Yeah, I would need to develop a new system for sure. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, E-Flats is the CFB committee is just incompetent in general, so the methodology doesn't matter. That's fair. Okay, my number 3. Danny, I'm particularly glad you're here to see this. Number 3 in my all-time top 12 Taylor Swift rankings. Folklore. Without question.
Nice.
I can't even resist talking about it when it's brought up earlier in the stream. And I keep saying, I need to save this for when we get to it. And then I just keep talking about it. That's how much I love it. Like, there's
so many good songs.
Yeah, absolutely. It really is such a vibe. It's so it's so real. It's so, feels all over the place. It feels for days. So
it also brought in a community of people that had never liked Taylor before.
An excellent point. Because the folk community is a special community in and of itself. And having heard this, it instantly jogged for me. And I think for you too, because we both know so many folk streamers. It's like a huge category in Twitch music. Let's be real. There's quite a lot of folk music streamers. So it just had me thinking of all these folks, no pun intended. Actually, maybe there was some pun intended, but really, honestly, I'm this is I want these people to learn these songs now. I have a bunch of ideas for live learns now, and it's just so great. I'm sorry I don't have the specific titles of all the songs. I've just listened to the whole thing. The whole thing was a great vibe. The whole thing was just, it all kind of connected. And as you mentioned, it got into some real feels, real sadness, real reflection. And it was just so honest and down to earth and unlike anything you'd ever heard before from Taylor Swift's career, and I'm so glad. No one would ever say you're glad that COVID happened, but if there was ever a silver lining to it, it was this work and Evermore that came after it. Like, it's just such a phenomenal a turn in Taylor Swift's career that no one was expecting.
I think you'll find a lot of streamers this is the community where a lot of people will say they have a lot of appreciation for COVID simply because it gave me included the freedom to stream and the freedom to try something that I would not have otherwise had the time for. So, I mean, of course, I don't wish COVID had happened, but there was a massive silver lining in it for me and a lot of people here on Twitch too.
That's very well said. I know a lot of other people have said very similar sentiments, and even me. Like I would never have this entire community and this entire show and this entire idea of like doing a live show like this. Like, I've done stuff in the past, but not like this. And it's remarkable that I would never have known about any of it if not for the shutdowns and stuff. So so thank you, Ellie. Thank you, chat. Thank you all. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Danny. All of you who stream. Like, you are awesome people. And it's just a gift for all of us that we get to know more about each of you by way of live streaming. So Danny says, me, yes. Maybe not a favorite for everyone, but last great American Dynasty kills me. And this is me trying. Yeah. Steven says, then there's those of us that Taylor Swift can only do perfect and less perfect. Oh, that's true. It's true. When you get really good at music or when you get really good at anything, that's all anyone expects. That's got to be hard. I don't know how Taylor Swift manages.
That's how it felt.
Yeah.
Ranking these albums is like, is it perfect or is it just slightly less perfect?
Yeah.
Like now at this point, but yeah.
Absolutely. Steven says remote work is becoming more commonplace, making it so I can go to streams far more often. Yeah, totally. That's good to. For me, it's a good to hear. I mean, I don't know if it's. There's a lot to say about remote work in general. I love it personally because it's what I do, and it's definitely makes it easier for me to plan these streams. E-Flat says Davy goes deep into the lore of the folk album. Let's go. Amazing. Okay, Ellie. Thank you for letting me.
All right.
Continue. We're ready for your number 2. Let's see what you got.
No, I don't know if we should say number 2 because that automatically gives away number 1. I think we have to announce our number 1s now.
Oh, you want to do number 1 first? Okay, that makes sense. Because
if I give away my number 2, then it'll give away my number 1, right?
Yeah, you're right.
So maybe what we should do is we should both discuss our thoughts on our final 2 albums that are vying for the first and second positions right now. And then once we've both talked about both of them, we can say which one won out for our favorite.
Fantastic idea. So before we do that, just to properly frame this for the chat, because some people might be joining late, this is what we have so far. We have Fearless, Taylor Swift. They all are right. That's a lot of albums. So the 2 that are left for each of us, just you can see it there. You can do the math. I already know one really, really, really big one, and just from that, I know what your number 2 is. And similarly, you probably know what my number 2 and my number 1 are. But notice, Ellie, that we both have one of the top 2 together.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. No surprise, right? No surprise. We'll figure.
I mean, it's cool. It's cool to see how it's landed. I'm excited.
I am excited. I'm kind of very. I also am very curious. So I'm gonna. Do you want to go first? So you're remaining to the Tortured Poets Department and 1989. So let's get your thoughts on both.
All right, let's get my thoughts on both. Okay, so starting with 1989 because it came out before. Let's go. This album is incredible. This album was like, I just felt alive listening to it. I remember where I was in my life when this album came out, and I was using it as like if I get all my work done, then I can listen to the album 5 times. I am not allowed to play this album until I have done all of my priorities for the day because it would sideline my whole day.
Fair. Very fair.
The 22 songs on this album, iconic, absolutely iconic for 8 songs, including Welcome to New York, Style, Out of the Woods, Wildest Dreams, I Wish You Would, I Know Places, Clean, This Love, Like, amazing album. Vault tracks are also my favorite from any re-release. Is It Over Now is addicting as hell, same as Now That We Don't Talk, and Slut, and. I just can't say enough. I loved the album art. I loved like that By the Ocean, Seagulls. It felt really familiar to me. I can sing this entire album top to bottom. In fact, for the longest time, I always envisioned like going to New York and like having this montage moment when I was being a main character in my own life, like where that would be the soundtrack to going to New York for the first time. It's just so good. I annoyed the shit out of my boyfriend back in 2013 singing I Know Places. It's way too high for me. Like, I sing a lot lower sometimes than Taylor does. And that song, I could not stop singing it. I know places. And then the bridge. There's so many good bridges.
There are. That's true.
Okay. So that's how I feel about 1989.
Is that all?
It is my personality in an album. It is my personality in an album. However... The Tortured Poets Department. This is my personality in an album when I'm like leaning into my like introspective sad girl like fall winter. So like 1989 is my spring and summer. Tortured Poets Department is my fall and winter. And 11 favorites off the album, 12 likes, and 8 skips. This definitely has more skips. And by skips, please remember songs that I don't have memorized. Like where to begin? My first time listening to this album, I felt the same as a lot of people felt. It sounds very the same. Every song sounds very the same. It was very wordy. I really didn't hold that against it. My second playthrough defined my first favorites, which were So High School and Down Bad. Heavily obsessed. Still heavily obsessed with Down Bad. I think that's like one of my all-time, in the running for an all-time favorite. But Daddy, I Love Him. I'm Gonna Get You Back. Are you kidding me? Guilty as Sin. Those are my top 5, but honorable mentions go to The Black Dog, The Bolter, The Prophecy, LOML, Smallest Man Who Ever Lived, The Albatross. Ugh. This, when I was talking earlier about how I feel like Evermore is the second half of a 30-plus song album that Folklore might have been, this feels like The Black Dog is, like, I know she released it as, like, you know, Tortured Poets Department and then The Anthology, like, as if it was 2 albums, but it really does feel the exact same way that it felt when I started playing Evermore. Like, yes, it's a continuation of Folklore. Her strongest songs were, like, right off the top, though, like, with The Black Dog, with I'm Gonna Get You Back, and then it kind of peters off into song, and that was not I'm not trying to make a pun there with saying Peter, but it peters off, and some of those songs took me a long time to really get into, but the ones that I love, insanely repeatable. It is probably the album that I listened to the most in the last year, so for that reason, yeah, this makes the top 2, and I just can't say enough good things. I think it's a masterpiece. If you want to know, though, my skips were Florida, Clarabow, I Look in People's Windows, although sometimes I sing that one when I am actually looking in people's windows. It's like weird that that's become like a parallel now. I Look in People's Windows. Peter and Robin are both skips. I'm sure there's a lot more depth to these songs than I'm giving them credit for, but they were tough sells for my attention span. I did come to love I Hate It Here and How Did It End, but I'm pretty sure they're the exact same song. Yeah.
Yeah, I probably agree with that. Yeah. There's definitely some common themes with a lot of these songs, so they do kind of blend into each other at a certain point. I did like Florida, but it definitely would be a skip because, like, again, like, this is, would you play this at a gig? Probably not. So, like, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense for sure. But I did like Florida because, like, the lyrical content of it is so fascinating. I'm like, this is a very interesting. This is like, I kind of love where there was going. I don't really know what it's about, but I think I have an idea.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, she went through something for
sure. Yeah.
All the time, Steven.
When you look at people's windows. Oh my gosh, it's great.
No, I could go on too, because I loved the album art on this one. I felt kind of inspired when this came out. Like I was like, oh, I really want to make album art that looks like that. I don't know. This album really continues to inspire me and my songwriting. It's very relevant to me right now.
No, I feel that's awesome. Yeah. The chat I think has decided which one you rank number one. So we'll see if it's right or not. Let me give you my takes on the two albums I have.
Yes, let's go.
So there are two left for me. Let me just go show the list again. So my two remaining lists. I think someone in chat asked if we had ranked Life of a Shore. We did, but we ranked it pretty low. We ranked them I ranked it 7th, and then Ellie ranked it 10th. I feel like as time goes along, we may be validated over that, or we may bring our ranking higher for that album. So we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
My top two.
So
1989.
What have you got left?
I've got 1989 left and Lover. And honestly, nothing to add to anything Ellie said. Like, I couldn't have put it any better with 89. Like, 1989 was probably... Now, I'd have to go back and really look at what the best albums of the 2010s are, but honestly, if it's not like one of the best albums of the entire 2010s, what could it be? Like, what would come near that for that decade? Like, there are so many songs in that album we still we still hear in the radio, or we hear in our music playlists, or we sing at karaoke bars. Like, it is an incredible incredible production. And it just starts off strong with Welcome to New York, and it just doesn't let up at all. And it's amazing material. Like, and yeah, whether you listen to the original version or the Taylor's version, they're both solid, high quality works. And 1989 is just great stuff. Like, it's so fun. It's so fun. Now, I tend to lean with fun music versus sad music, but as I broke down very very meticulously with folklore, I really do have appreciation for both worlds. So the other one is Lover. And yeah, I have a little bit of a higher tolerance for cheese and silliness. So I did like Me. I know you didn't think as highly, and that's completely fair. Like I said, like it totally makes sense. But there's a lot of great songs in general with Lover too, like Lover, so the title track. Many great cuts to choose from. I kind of want to go back to the track listing so I can look that up. Hold on a sec. Let me see if we can do that.
So many good songs.
So many good songs, right?
I mean, both of those albums, I'm interested because you picked two very happy, upbeat albums as your 1 and 2. So I think I'm sitting here on the edge of my seat a little bit on which one you actually picked as number 1. My top 2 are such vastly different albums.
That's true.
From each other. So,
and it makes me, but it's kind of interesting. And so it's going to be a little tougher of a prediction because like they're both in that same arena. They're both really upbeat. They're both happy. They're both danceable, right?
yeah.
So other songs. Cruel Summer, I forgot to mention that. That is a great song. Great song.
Banger.
Yeah. Okay.
All of the covers that have been released of Cruel Summer are so good. If you haven't listened to G Flip's cover, please check it out.
Yeah. Oh, chat's also calling my number 1. Oh my gosh. Dive Deep says, then why is Reputation your number 12?
That made me laugh.
That's a great question. It doesn't make sense.
Something has to be 12th, okay? Something.
Because Reputation is literally like just basically just part 3 of that entire 3-part arc. There's no question. So I think it's a very valid question. One, I think that I feel like over time, I feel like it's kind of, I'm not going to say it's underappreciated, but I think the thing about it is I didn't know what the name of the song was for a long time because I just remembered it as the song. You Need to Calm Down.
Oh, You Need to Calm Down.
Yeah. I love that one. So there's a lot of those. It's just like songs that maybe they're like one level less popular than the most recognizable songs, but I really enjoy them. And I think like I'm just so I've been a synth pop guy forever, going back to when synth pop was first introduced, like way back before my time, of course. And this just picks it up and I love it. And same thing for 1989, same scenario. So like, what will be number 1? We're going to find out, We're going to find out.
Number 1.
It's all right. So Ellie, let's get your number one. I think chat's already predicted it, but we'll find out. Let's make it official.
Okay.
What's your number one?
My number one is 1989.
Yeah!
I mean, with only 2 songs that I like skipped or don't have memorized or whatever, with only 2 tracks on like seriously a 22 track album, I just love everything about this album. This is my like aesthetic as a human. If you want to introduce me through a Taylor Swift album, this is the one to do. Yeah, and again, because her and I are so close in age too, like I wish this album was just titled 1990 and I'd be so happy.
1990, that's awesome. That's so good. Ellie, that's awesome.
And yours, let's go.
There's a lot of
Dive Deep says same. Cool.
Let's go. I love that Dive Deep. Starlight Heroes says, now I'm doubting maybe Lover's number one for... Yeah, I mean, they're kind of similar vibes, so let me give you... Number one is... 1989. I mean, yeah, is there any doubt? Like, is there any doubt?
We matched our
did
number
it.
one,
Let's
Davey.
go. Let's
We
go.
did it.
Boom.
That's epic.
I love it. I love it.
That's so epic that we met that our number one was the same. That's so epic to me. It speaks volumes about the albums, and with how hard this is to make these rankings, I'm like tickled that that's how it turned out.
I appreciate you. I'm so thrilled that we have this alignment. Like, this is great. Like, I know you are such a huge fan, and to know that I've my mind in the right place when it comes to these rankings.
I respect your rankings a lot.
Thank you. Makes me feel good. Like, and you can't deny it. 1989 is such a huge album. It's just,
yeah.
It is such a, like, it's kind of like the first thing you think about, like Bad Blood. I don't know, is Bad Blood part of that? I think it is. But yeah, it's unbelievable. Like, oh, hey, Melly, welcome in, Melly Parada. I'm so late, but that is a great choice. Thank you. Let's give you the entire list. Here it is. 1989.
E-flat guy, you did call it. You were the first one to say it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. E-flat is
conviction. Let's go. Those are good lists. See, the thing about your list, Davey, is I feel like your list almost to a T is my list before I overthink and like science everything in my head. You know what I mean? Like there's certain aspects of your list that I think make a little bit more sense than my list in some ways, or maybe like more sense on like a broader scale. But I really, it makes a lot of sense the way that you put everything, and I appreciated that point of view.
Well, I'll say this. I'm gonna look at that back to you. Like the way you compiled your list is so impressive. You put so much science into it that I am extremely impressed. Like it was very well done. Like I don't think you can get a lot of arguments from most of this. I think the only
don't underestimate girl math, okay?
Absolutely not. And you know, it's so interesting. Like going through these albums, when I started listening to everything in a row, because some of these I hadn't listened to before, and so I not only did I not think that albums like Tortured Poets and Folklore were going to be this high, but I also didn't think I'd be in step with everybody else with that either. But I very much was. So I feel like I've picked up the vibe very, very quickly, and I'm grateful for that. Like, and boy, is this good stuff. Like 89, yes, absolutely. Oh man.
I mean, I feel like you kind of gave a little bit. What's the word I'm looking for? You validated the ones that I felt upset with being so low on my list, like Red. Yours being Red being higher for you, like that feels like a justification for the album for me in this way that I can't explain why I need it to be justified. Like, I like that your top 4 and top 5 like actually kind of brings up some of the ones that I wish I could have brought up, but there wasn't room to bring them up. So yeah, great list. Awesome stuff,
Ellie. Thank you again for doing this. Now, I do want to see if we can get the chat's votes on these as well. I mean, we obviously had so many opinions. Melly says, great choice for number one. Thank you. Yeah, I felt it was an obvious choice personally. Like, you know, like even if you didn't, like as Ryan was, like Aoife was saying this, like I feel like even if you didn't know that much about Taylor Swift, you still would have probably said, well, what's your best album? Probably 1989. Because like everyone's like, a lot of people, it was like the breakthrough album for real. Like, it really was. And the tour too. I don't know if I was in on the 1989 tour, but it might have been. But I heard the tour was amazing. I heard it was a really good tour. Efot says, I actually heard Taylor Swift list Mirrorball as one of her top 5 songs, and I felt validated as a very casual listener. Your ears are good there. Your ears are very good there. Yeah. Like, you were talking about Mirrorball too, right, Ellie? Like, you had that way up there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I really like that song.
Yeah. Tobias, great to see you. Ellie, I'm here with Ellie tonight. Good to see you. How are you doing, Tobias? I hope you've enjoyed these rankings, everybody. So now we're going to pivot the spotlight to you in the chat, and we're going to give you. So those are our rankings. Now what we're going to give you is the Taylor Swift album rankings chats edition. This is a mini tournament where you can vote on your favorites, and I have a very I'm not going to say it's the same. It's similar science, but not as much as Ellie's science was next level. That was great. But I put some science together to help you decide these top albums. So we're gonna vote on the album you like the most out of each era. And then the top 2 from each era will advance in the first round, and then after that we'll do single elimination. Make sure that you vote for the album you like the most, even if you don't think it's going to advance, because we're gonna use every vote to tabulate what your rankings are for, like, 9th, 10th, 12th, and what have you. So here we go. Ellie, do you have any predictions for how the chat will rank these albums as we go through each era? Because we're going to divide them like 3. So
yeah. I mean, I do. I think that they've given us a lot of insight into how they feel watching us rank these albums.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Folklore is going to be high up on the list. I think 1989 and Lover are going to be high up on the list. I think they're going to, based on what they've said, agree a little bit more that maybe Life of a Showgirl, Fearless, Debut, those ones might be a little bit lower, but not to say any of them are not good for what they were when they came out. Every single one of these albums came out and cemented Taylor as one of the best songwriters of all time, and it's a title I think she absolutely deserves. So.
Absolutely right. Okay, so let's go ahead and start. We're going to get ready. We're going to give you the floor. These are the first 3 albums that came out in the 2010s. You're going to get 2 minutes to vote. Oh, hey, Kuya, what's up, Kuya? Who's winning? 1981 won in the 1981 won in a big way. So can we give a shout to Kuya Sai TV? Welcome in, friend. Okay, so back to here. Mods, can you start a poll? The choices will be Taylor Swift, Fearless, and Speak Now. Let me know when you're about ready with that, and then we'll start the timer, and we'll get your votes. I'm not sure.
While you guys are jumping into this timer, Davey, I have to let you know, I'm running a little bit late for a band practice.
Oh, your band practice is tonight. Okay, sorry. So what we could do?
I wasn't anticipating having to do it, but we've been struggling to make time for it. So they called it tonight, and I told them I'd be done around 8, and
okay.
I anticipate that I could talk about Taylor until midnight, so I feel bad.
It's no problem at all. Ellie, thank you so much for doing this with us tonight. We appreciate you.
Thank you for having me. Absolutely. It was a really fun night. I really enjoyed the conversation.
Absolutely. We're glad to do it. Okay, well, take care. Have a great rehearsal tonight. Thank you so much for being part of this.
I'm going to be watching these rankings in the chat. I'm going to be watching. I have a little bit of time between now and getting there, which is why I have to run, because it takes about half an hour. But thank you so much again,
You're
chat.
So welcome.
You were so fun. Davey, I really appreciate it.
I appreciate you back. Thank you so much. Y'all go follow our pal if you're like, I'm sure many of you are following, but just in case, please follow our good friend Ellie Fier. Have a good time tonight. Take care, Ellie. Take care.
Do the math. Tell me on stream what you came up with. Let's go.
All right,
Have a
sounds
good night,
good.
everybody.
Bye, everyone. Bye, Ellie.
Bye.
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 That's Ellie Fier, everybody. Oh, that was so fun. Okay, so let's get to it. So now, chat, we're gonna give it to you to rank these albums. So I see everybody's already is ready to roll with their thoughts on these albums. So let's get right to it. Here we go. We're gonna start with. Oh, not that. Oh, that's our logo. Okay, so let's start. King, are you in the chat for ready to do this? Oh, I can probably start this. That's fine. Okay, so get ready. We are gonna take your votes for the for the first 3 albums. Okay. Okay. So we're going to give you 2 minutes to vote. Actually, let's just give you like 1 minute. I think it was enough to do. We can do this in 1 minute. Okay, folks, you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? We're going to start this in 3, 2, 1. Get those votes in. Good luck, everybody. I will tabulate the votes and we'll start the timer. We have 1 vote for Fearless. We have 4 for Speak Now. This makes a lot of sense. This is looking pretty good so far. Speak Now is definitely taking the cream of the crop here. No votes for Taylor Swift as of yet, but there's still plenty of time. Or actually, I think this is only a 1 minute poll, so I'm going to reset the timer. But yeah, I think the people have spoken on this. This looks pretty definitive. We'll go ahead and put this up in about 20 seconds time. Very nice votes. Very nice votes, everybody. Yes, sir. Coming down to the end of it. And Speak Now is your winner. Very nice, very nice. So 5 votes. 5 votes for Speak Now. Well done, friends. So I'm gonna put those together. I think that's a very nice choice. I feel like it's a pretty clear-cut winner there. Of the 3, Speak Now definitely feels like the one. We are going to advance both them and Fearless. So away we will go. So I'm going to put Fearless into the next round. Okay. Now, let's go to the next set of votes. We're going to go to the next era. We have Red. This is tough. Red, 1989, and Reputation. So give me just a second here. Gonna reset the timer. We're going to clear the board. Okay. Yeah. Dive Deep says this one's hard. Yeah, this is going to be a tough one. It's going to be a tough one. Steven says I have a clear-cut winner on this one. I love it. I love it. So Era 2. Red, 1989, Reputation. This will be wild. Okay, are you ready, chat? We're going to start this off in 3, 2, 1. Go! Get those votes in. My winner isn't going to be the actual winner. And that's okay. Like, we will definitely value all your votes here because this is going to help us decide the lower places in the ranking. So every vote counts, even if it doesn't advance. So let's see where we're at with the votes. 1989, no surprise. 5 votes for that. 1 vote for Reputation. No vote for Red. That's interesting. That is actually interesting. But the thing about it is you're picking between the 3. So like, yeah, it's kind of tough to pick Red over 1989. No sweat there. Down to 23 seconds in our poll. 17 seconds, 16 seconds. Red is high in my own rankings. I love it. Melly. Would you rank it as your best out of this 3? I mean, Red definitely has reason to be high. High in the rankings. There's no doubt about it. And you have to choose from 3. If you 1989 wasn't there, I would vote Red. Yeah. Well, that's pretty good. We'll see if we need a vote off for that later. But 1989, your winner. Congratulations. Let me document the number of votes. So we have 6 for Red for 1989. We have 1 for Reputation, none for Red, but that's okay. That's okay. So 1989 and Reputation will advance. I might make a judgment call on that and actually advance red because it feels like that makes more sense. But I guess at the end of the day, 1989 is probably going to win that anyway. So I don't think I won't worry too much about that. Type says reputation liberty. Yeah, let's honor that. Let's honor that. So we're now going to go into the next. We're going to go into the next era. You ready? We gotta narrow it down. Oh, we will. I'll show you. I've got some science up behind this as well. So, the next era. This is a heck of an era. Holy smokes! The next era, you're gonna have lover, folklore, and evermore. Now the good thing is, 2 out of the 3 will advance. So. Good luck. You ready? We will start these votes in 3, 2, 1, go! Get those votes in. Steven says, thank God Lover is in there, or it would be tough. Yeah. Okay, let's see where the votes are so far. 3 for Lover, 3 for Folklore. That is pretty good. That is pretty good. As we said, every vote counts here, so... I'm judging from the results so far. We might have to do a vote off between Evermore and Red, which, if it comes to that, it's gonna end up being I think it's gonna be a pretty obvious vote. So we'll see. We have 23 seconds left. Lover actually takes the lead, which is fine because they both will advance. They both would advance in this situation. But that's an important vote for later purposes. That's gonna end up being more important after we get through these polls. So that's 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Lover now it's 5 votes. And understandably so. Lover is fantastic. 1 second and we're done. So Lover gets the nod over Folklore, but they both will advance in this round. That's pretty good. All right, so let me just mark those down. So Lover gets 5 points. Folklore gets 3 votes and Evermore 0. Go put those in. Okay, so we're into our final round, our final era. Let me reset the scores and we'll get to it. All right, here it comes. Thank God, Lover. Thank you, tiebreaker vote. Yeah, that definitely is a huge tiebreaker vote. So here is the final era so far. Midnight's The Tortured Poets Department and The Life of a Showgirl. Dive Deep says this matchup is wild. Yeah, this is a tough one. You can only advance 2 out of these. That is tough, but we'll see. We will see indeed. Okay, so here we go. So, era 4. Okay, Life of a Showgirl. Okay, here we go. All right, folks, get your mouse and trackpads ready in 3, 2, 1, start. 1 minute to vote. Final era. Oh, I love Steven's strategy there. Oh my goodness, it's a 3-way tie. Now, okay, Midnight's breaks the tie. Holy, wow. The Life of a Showgirl takes precedence over The Tortured Poets. This is fascinating. Plenty of time to vote if you want to get your votes in there. We need every vote, though. So remember, even if you don't think it'll advance, put the vote in anyway, because we're going to need those votes to settle the lower places. We may still wind up having some playoffs. Like, we may still have some tiebreaker votes anyway, so... every vote most definitely will count. Oh, wow. Oh my gosh. We're going to need a tiebreaker between Midnight's and Tortured Poet. Oh, there it is. So Midnight's just edges out gets ahead of Tortured Poets. Under 5 seconds to go for the vote. Midnight's gets 1 more vote. And that should do it. That was tough. Folks, big time props to you. That was a tough vote. That was a tough vote. So, Midnights and Torture and The Life of a Showgirl will advance to the next round. That is really, that was a tough call. That was a tough call. Big time. That, no easy decision there, folks. Y'all did great with that, with the votes. So, Midnights and The Life of a Showgirl. Okay. Woo! That is some great stuff. Okay, so I just need a moment to get to figure out the next round of matchups. And then once we get these all settled, so we have to... Steven says, I knew my... Oh, pump it up! Trevor. I'm so glad you made it in tonight, Trevor. Dive Deep says, that was so close. It really was. That was an exciting round. Okay. So far we've got a lot of really good... I mean, they're all really good, right? But... So now what we're going to do is we're going to do the quarterfinal round. So let's... Let me get into that. Give me a second here. So we're going to have an Era 1 quarterfinal. And it's honestly, to me, it felt like it was pretty... Okay. So if Earless and Speak Now will be the first era. And then in the second era, we've got 1989 versus Reputation. That is pretty remarkable stuff. Okay. And then the third era, that was that third era was wild, but the fourth era was the wildest. We have Lover and Folklore. Give me a second here. Put Folklore on the board. I can show you what I'm looking at. So that's what we have for the next quarterfinal. And the final quarterfinal is going to be not Tortured Poets. It's going to be Midnights versus The Life of a Showgirl. Okay, so those are your quarterfinals. Let me go recalibrate the scoreboard really fast. Okay, so we're gonna go... Okay, so now... I knew I was gonna have to strategically use my vote. For sure. Okay, so... Now I'm gonna just change up the... I'm gonna change up these scores in a second. Okay, almost there. Okay, there's that one. And that one. All right, there. All right, folks. So. In the next round, you're going to be choosing between Fearless and Speak Now. Who will advance? I think Era 1 would have been a much harder decision back in 2012, 2014. But this far removed, I think it's much more clear. This is true, yeah. Because, like, when you compare Era 1... Okay, Fearless, Speak Now. I think I have my own prediction. I think I have an idea who's going to win this. But let's give it to you. Okay, all right, chat. You ready to go? We're going to give you 1 minute to vote. Between Fearless and Speak Now, one of them, only one, will advance into the semifinal round. All right, good luck. Here we go. And start. Let's see your votes. Speak Now with 1 vote. And 2. And 3. But Fearless has 1 vote, which is significant because that will help it, that'll help it get ranked higher in the... That could improve a place or 2 for that album. We are down to the final 32 seconds. Let me see. Oh yeah, Trevor says wasn't going to miss that. I love it. I love it. 17 seconds ago, I think the score is holding. So Speak Now, as I would have predicted, is appearing to advance. Now, Fearless get the 2nd vote, which is, again, that'll come in handy later. And we have a decision. Speak Now will advance. Congratulations. All right, that's great. So we'll get to the next round in a second. I'm just gonna go put that in. And we have a really wicked next quarterfinal. 1989 versus Reputation. This is tough. Velveeta? Oh my goodness. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, that's right. I got this other thing. I should put this button on my... I really should put this button on my... Where's the button? Oh, there it is. Found it. Okay. Okay, Trevor. Velveeta. You ready for it? Here we go. Velveeta! Velveeta! That's it. That's the redeem. Okay. Now back to a business at hand. Over here. 1989 versus Reputation. What will it be? Good luck, friends. Okay. Era 2. Okay. And 3, 2, 1. Get those votes in. Good luck, everybody. All right, there's a vote for 1989. 2, 1 for Reputation. 3. Looking good, looking good. Oh, I didn't start the timer. I think we have about 45 seconds left. 4 for 1980. Yeah, this is a pretty much what I was expecting. We're down to about, the timer's off, but we're gonna say down to about 30 seconds left. Remember that vote for Reputation will still be significant. It'll end up being, we may end up having a tiebreaker coming a little later, so we'll decide that in a minute. But first, let's see about this vote. And adding votes to 1989 could help as we go along. We'll see. But maybe not in this case. But oh, there's another vote for Reputation, which is solid. All right. And that's the end of our vote. 1989 wins 5-2. Very nice, everybody. Thank you very much for voting. Okay. I did not put the points for the Fearless Speak Now decision. Does anyone remember what that was? I did not put those points down. I think Speak Now won like 5-4 or something like that, or 5-3. Or Speak Now won like 5-1 or 2. Me and Reputation Against the World, just like the album, right? All right, let's get to our third era. Timekeeper isn't doing his job. I know. Ouch. I'm gonna have to go back and look up what that was. Okay, but now we have it between Lover. Lover and Folklore. Okay, folks. Era 3. Okay. Okay, ready? In 3, 2, 1. Start your votes. So Lover out of the chute. 2 votes to 1, 3 to 1 in favor of Lover. Folklore with 2 votes. This is good. The votes for Folklore are important because we will find them useful in deciding other places. Three to 2. We're down to about 25 seconds left in our vote. Lover might have enough to advance. Can they hang on here? Less than 20 seconds remaining in the vote. Oh, that's a big vote for Lover, and Folklore comes in with an answer. E-Flats is campaigning for Folklore. I love that because it really does deserve that. You know, it is Folklore's such a good album. Such a good album. All right, so that is it for this round. Lover just sneaks out a win over Folklore 4-3. This is a big win for Folklore. I mean, for Lover, I should say. So, 4-3. All right. Kind of running out of music over here, so I'm just gonna go. We're gonna go ahead and just do this with no music. So let's go to. Why don't we just play some Ellie Fier music while we sort out the rest of this? So, okay, and we're gonna do exactly that. So, let me see. Let me go here. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Excellent choice. I appreciate you. I felt like it was an obvious choice myself, so thank you, friends. All right. Okay. So our next quarterfinal, our final quarterfinal, Midnights versus The Life of a Showgirl. All right, folks. One minute to vote. I do love this song, by the way. Ellie really crushed it with this one. Okay. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Vote! Dang, I know what I should vote, but I feel like I should vote the other way. And you definitely can, because it might be helpful later. But Midnights is currently, not surprisingly, running away with it to start. 4-1 so far. 36 seconds to go, friends. 30 seconds left in our vote. 25 seconds to go. Midnight's still holding at 4-1. 20 seconds. And then it gets very exciting very quickly after this. 12 seconds to go. 11 seconds. 10, 9. Oh, we get another vote for The Life of a Showgirl. That's a good vote. That's an important vote. And 2 seconds and 1. And that's that. Midnights wins 5-2. 5-2 over The Life of a Showgirl. And I feel like that's a deserving one. And I didn't appreciate it when I listened to it, but I should definitely listen. But I definitely thought it was pretty good, and I highlighted some of the things I liked about it, and I'm looking forward to listening to it again. So, well done, chat. That's a great start. So now we're gonna go into the semifinal.
It's a cruel path when you only seem to want what you can't have. There's so much I wanna say to you, but it won't fit in one.
This is a tough. I mean, I think this is gonna be a fairly decisive vote, but I don't completely know that. This will be interesting. So the first semifinal is gonna be Speak Now versus 1989, and the second final, the second semifinal, is gonna be hard. I'm just saying, it's gonna be hard. That's gonna be hard. Wow. I don't envy your decision here, chat. This is gonna be tough. So let's get to it. Here we go. Speak Now versus 1989. Dive Deep says both these matchups are so hard. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Like, I'm curious who produced Ellie's album. This is very good. Holy shit. This is great. Okay, but anyway, let's get back to Steven says, I did like how different Life of a Showgirl is, but I do think it'll kind of blow over. Maybe Opalite and Heart of Ophelia might have some staying power, but the rest of it probably eh. Steven says, Lucas something. Dive Deep says his name was Lucas something. Lucas something! Let's go! Do I get a vote if I don't know either? I think that's fine. Like, I think we could definitely use all the extra votes in this case. So, here's your vote. Speak Now, 1989. Okay. So Speak Now, 1989. 1 minute to vote. Here we go. Good luck, everyone. 3, 2, 1. Vote! Vote based on the album cover. That's actually a solid decision. Notice I put both Taylor's versions up there, so that playing field is even too. So I feel like you've got to go. Wow, look at the votes right out of the chute. 4-2 in favor of 1989. But remember, even if you don't think it'll win, if you like the album more than the other, put it in anyway, because we're going to need those votes later to decide the other places. Okay, 5-2. We have under 30 seconds left. 20 seconds remaining. 18, 17, 16, 15. Will any other votes come in the final 11 seconds? Let's see. Yes! One vote for Speak Now comes in. 3 seconds and 2. Nice. It was my origin year, so I picked it. Hey, that's lovely. Alteration. Steven says that's an acceptable reason. Absolutely. So not surprisingly, 1989 wins, but Speak Now got some good support, though. It got some good support. So 1989 advances to the championship round. And then we have the second semifinal. Lover versus Midnights. Wow. This is hard. Good luck, folks. We'll see. Just know that both of these are very worthy contenders for the championship. Even if I didn't think Midnights was ranked as high as many others did. But it certainly deserved a lot of praise, because it was very well written. Okay. Steven says retweet. This one is just rude, I know. For real. Okay. Okay. Okay, folks. 1 minute to vote. This is... Cross your fingers, folks. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Vote! Here comes the poll. Oh, we got some action right out of the box. 4-1. Oh, look at Lover making his comeback. closing in on the 30-second mark. I wonder if any of the votes will come in. When will they come in? Will they come in? We'll see. 26, 25, 24, 23, 22. Oh my gosh, Jared Rogue, thank you for the raid! Welcome, pals! For you, Jared got check out, you're totally in stream most of the day of your life, but for us it was Tuesday. Well, listen, I'm so glad to have you here. Welcome, everybody. My name is Davey. And we're doing a Taylor Swift album ranking stream. Come on in and rank these with us. Oh, no! We have a tie. That means we need to do another poll. We have another poll. Oh, good, you need some tiebreakers anyway. Absolutely. Come on in, everybody. Let's go do another poll. We'll redo the poll. We'll reset the score. We had Ellie Fier with us earlier in the stream. Ellie was phenomenal in helping us rank these, giving her rankings. And now we're getting the chat's rankings of the top 12. And we're doing it by way of these votes. So we'll take your votes for these top 2 and see which one you like more. All talk, no games, as I was told there'd be a sandwich. I might be able to hook you up in a little bit. But lovely to have you here. We do have sandwiches here quite frequently. And shout out to Gibson Lens as well. Shout out to Jared Roca. How was your stream, my friend? So good to see you. It was really cool meeting you over at TwitchCon. Zealous42, thank you for the follow. So nice to have you here, everybody. Okay. So, we're going to redo this. Lover versus Midnight. We will start the poll in just a minute. Folks, we'll take you forgot to take your votes. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Let's see how this does with the added raters. This is going to be very interesting. 2-4 to 2, 5 to 3 in favor of Lover. 5 to 4. What's been the best sandwich ever on stream? Ooh, that's a good question, Steven. I really did like one time I had the Cuban... I think that I had this Cuban sandwich once that was just amazing. That was definitely up there, one of my favorites. Another one I really liked was the Rachel I had one time. Strawberry Reuben. Which will lose to 1981. Which will lose to 1989, I wonder. No, you're probably right about that, King. Dive Juice is tied again. Can you imagine? We do have one more vote in here, so this is definitely going to help break the tie. And then another vote. That's it. We got it. We have... Thank you for the raid. Jared Roke, I appreciate you being here. Thank you for the raid. You're so kind to think of me. Steven says, when I lived in South Florida, the Cuban sandwiches were so good. Oh, absolutely. It's one of my favorites for sure. It's way good. Way good. Okay. I cannot wait to do this poll. The final is gonna be... Get ready for this. Well, before I do that, let me reset the score. Okay. So, the final is gonna be... Let me think. 1989 versus Lover. Wow. Just wow. This is gonna be incredible. Melly says, I am not far from there. You're correct. Those are superior. I don't eat meat, but there's a suitable vegan place that makes them perfect. Ooh, I'm gonna hear about that. Sounds great. Okay. Fort Lauderdale, just north of Miami. Look at that. Okay, here we go. This is the championship, folks. The championship to decide the #1 Taylor Swift album of all time. This is where it all comes down, folks. This is all for all the marbles. Here we go. Who will win? Your votes will decide. Let me go do a hydrate for King. Thank you, King. And I'm gonna do a maple bean for Alter Reagan. Alter Reagan. Not bad, not bad. Thank you, Altair. Okay. Ready? On 3. 1, 2, 3. Out the Swift Bowl. Let's go. Yes. Here we go. 3-0. So 3-1. 5-2. 5-3. In favor of 1989. Still got plenty of time to vote, everybody. So if you want to get your vote in, get that vote in. Does Taylor place the halftime show? She should, right? Like for this contest. I will send an invite for the next time we do this. All right, 20 seconds to go. 15 seconds, 6-4. Very nice. Dive Deep says, can you imagine? I know, it'd be crazy. 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, oh, wow. That vote is significant. Well, it won anyway, but look at that. No surprises. 1989. Your winner. The #1 Taylor Swift album of all time, as we anticipated. King says mic drop. Let's go. Melly says, whoever is sniping last minute, you are good at this. That's true. That was really impressive. So 7-4 is your ranking. Okay, so let's get to it. Ultra says, I've done my duty. Time for bed. Ultra, thank you so much for hanging out. And thank you for the redeem too. King says it was nearly inevitable. It really was. Okay, so let's get to the chat rankings. You ready for the let's see what we got. Okay. Let me get back on screen for a second here. So, #1, 1989. Chat voted Lover #2. And now we go to #3. So, to settle #3, we had to see who had more votes between Midnight and Speak Now. Are you ready for this? We haven't decided that yet. We need to get a vote off between Speak Now and Midnight's. Eflat says, I think I prefer the album ranking to the tier list. Also, the head-to-head matchups start fewer fights. I know it. I love it. Okay, so give me just a second here. We're going to reset the scores. We're going to do this again. I have been heavily accused of being prophetic. Nice. Yeah, this is gonna be tough. You're right, Steven. We'll give it our best shot. So, all right. So Speak Now at midnight. Wow, what a decision. Okay. Okay, everybody. Here we go. So your decision is going to be between Speak Now and Midnight. 1 minute to vote. Let me get the score up first, though, before we start. Okay. And we're going to start in 3, 2, 1. Vote! Speak Now versus Midnight. This is going to be quite a barn burner. Speak Now currently winning 2-1. And oh my gosh, Midnight just tied it. So this is to decide who gets 4th place and who gets 5th place, basically. Or no, who gets 3rd and 4th place. So the winner of this will be the 3rd. This is like the 3rd place game, basically. So if you remember, if you've ever seen a 3rd place game in the Olympics, that is what this is. This is to decide 3rd place, and the loser will get 4th place. Oh, Midnight's just takes the lead over Midnight's. We have 13 seconds left in this 3rd place match. And it's tied again? Holy cow, what do we do? I guess. Alright, I'm gonna step in. I don't. Oh my gosh! We tied again! Okay. I even threw a vote in there and we... Okay, let's just do this again. Holy mackerel. Oh, it was a barn burner hours ago. Amazing. Yeah, I know. That is... Okay, let's try again. Let's try again. Okay. That was hysterical. Okay. Let's do it again. 1 minute to vote in 3, 2, 1. Vote! Davey makes the tiebreaker. I did. It was my fault. Okay, we're gonna try this again. Speak now. No, that 2 to 1. I'm not voting this time. I want to make sure this doesn't tie again. Okay, 36 seconds to go. Please, please vote. Even if you're not completely sure, if you don't remember, if you have a lean, use your lean. We would love to take your tiebreaker. I think there were more votes in the previous matchup, so I feel like there's more to be spoken for. There we go. Speak now takes over the lead over Midnight's. It's a tough call. It's a tough call. I'm not gonna lie. A tough call. 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds. It's tied again. We need a vote, folks. We need a vote. Oh my gosh. Speak Now just wins it. Holy smokes. That was surprisingly close. Nicely done, folks. Dive Deep says, let's go. So that was fun. Oh my goodness. Okay, so we're gonna put Speak Now. I'm gonna write this down for the tiebreaker. And then Midnight's had 3 in the tiebreaker. So let's go back to our list. I tried to click Midnight's at the last second and failed. It's it's all good. It's all good. I'm okay. So here we are. Let me get back over here. So Speak Now is number 4, which is interesting because Red is like very low based on that. That is interesting. And then Midnight's will be number 4. All right. E-Flat says we would have been tied again, which would have been annoying. Yeah, not gonna lie, that would have been tough. We haven't I need to redo. Hold on, let me think about this. So yeah, we're gonna have to I'll have to estimate that on my own, which is not what I wanted to do. But so now we gotta go look at. Okay. Evox is taking a mulligan. I have to figure out what to do with Fearless. Okay. I want to revisit. I feel like the only fair way to do this. We originally pitted Fearless versus Speak Now. Let's do that again, because I think I need to make sure I get this. I don't remember what it was the first time. I know that Speak Now won. But what I need is I need to know how many votes Fearless would get. So let's go try this again. Give you a minute to vote. This is just to settle a tiebreaker, basically, between Fearless and other albums. So, yeah, Speak Now is probably going to get more votes, which is fine. Sort of tiebreaker. Okay. But I have to vote in the original context because I can't remember what the votes were for Fearless. And that's okay. We're going to try this again. Are you ready? Here we go. And 3, 2, 1, go! Let's see. If Fearless doesn't get any votes, that's fine. But let's see. Speak Now, 1. Speak Now will win. That's expected. But 3. Okay. 2 for Fearless. Okay. So we have about 35 seconds left. I think more votes will come in later. 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 14, 13, 10 seconds. All right, this will be perfect. Like, this is... Thank you so much for your votes, everybody. All right, down to the last 2 seconds, and Speak Now wins 3-2, but really it's just to decide how many votes Fearless would have gotten. So that's very helpful, which means with 2 votes, we can go back to our list. We can go back to our list. And now we know that with oh my gosh, Dive Deep, we're gonna have another vote off coming up. We need to, jeez Louise, we have to vote off between 3 of them. Oh my goodness. Okay, but the one thing I know for sure is that Folklore will get number 5. So we've decided that for sure. We now have to settle 6, 7, and 8. But we have to do it in a 3-way vote off, which is crazy. A few vote troublemakers or not. Yeah. Oh boy is right. Oh boy. Because we're gonna do a vote off. You're gonna love this, folks. It is gonna be between... I was not expecting to do this many tiebreakers, but such is life. We're going to have a vote off between, holy Moses, Fearless, Reputation, and The Life of a Showgirl. So, yeah. That is going to be very, very interesting. Okay. Give me a second here. I'll get this ready to go. Yeah, this is going to be tough. And Dive Deep says, "Oh no, this is kind of wild." So I'm going to need to go. I'm going to need to do a bunch of things. So I'm going to go back to the if I can find it. And let me see. Okay, got it. So let's go turn these off for a moment. We have a 3-way tie breaker to make to settle. EFOTS is very different albums, absolutely. Okay, tiebreaker. Fearless, Reputation, Life of a Showgirl. 3-way tie, 1 minute to vote. Good luck, everybody. 3, 2, 1, vote! These are important votes, folks. Every single vote's gonna count here. Okay. So Reputation currently has 2 votes. And the other 2 have 1 vote. 39, 38, 37, 36. Steve says, really though? Really? Very different. Yeah. They're completely different, like, in every way. Every single, from one to the other. 25 seconds? I would certainly... Oh, gosh. You know what? I'm probably going to need to get a vote in here, so let me... Oh, there we go. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. That's helpful. That's helpful. Fearless 2, Reputation 2. Fearless 3. Reputation 2, Life of a Showgirl 1. Look at that. And I think that's going to be it. Wow. Fearless with a late rally. But I think Reputation improved its position by way of this tiebreaker, so that's good news for them. So Fearless 3, Reputation 2, and Life of a Showgirl 1. That's great. That's great stuff. Evots, let's freaking go! Yes. Fantastic, fantastic. So I'm actually going to go back to this and this timer. And then I'm going to go back to turn that off. And I might need to do another tiebreaker. I might not. We're going to find out. So EFOT's Fearless clears the other 2 just for my personal taste. Right on. I respect. Okay, so just to recap. Through the tiebreaker, Fearless is now the 6th ranked Taylor Swift album of all time. And that means Reputation would be the 7th ranked album. And Life of a Showgirl is the 8th best album of all time based on this ranking. These are pretty good ranking. I'm gonna say, I think you all did a really good job ranking these. Okay, so now we're gonna go look at the 9th album. I'm looking at my chart. I gotta look at what is left over. We have 3 albums with 0 votes. Oh dear. Oh my god. But we do have a decision for number 9, the Tortured Poets Department. But we need a 3-way tiebreaker for 10, 11, and 12. Instead of doing that, could we just in the chat have come to a consensus? Can we come to a consensus that Taylor Swift debut album is number 12? Put ones in chat if you feel like that is fair. Uh-oh, consensus. No, maybe this won't work out. There's a 1 from Dive Deep from Melly. King says ones. What are the other 2? Oh, the other two are Evermore and Red. So I'm like, I kind of don't want to put Taylor Swift into that competition. Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, cool. I think we have a good amount of support for that. Thank you for that. Like that saves a lot of time. Okay, so we're gonna put Taylor Swift then as number 12. So we have one final vote off, and this final vote off will be between Red and Evermore. I mean, it feels like it feels like it's a fairly predictable vote, but we don't know that. We should not judge a book by its cover there. So let me go see about it. So last vote of the night, I think. We're going to find out momentarily if it's the last vote of the night, but we'll see. So Red and Evermore is going to be the final tiebreaker vote. Quick, everyone, tie. That is hysterical, Melly. Okay, let's get to it. Here we go. Red versus Evermore. Final tiebreaker, maybe. This is to decide the final, like the 10th and 11th positions on the chart, on the ranking. Here we go. Okay, we're gonna start this poll in a moment. Let me just make sure this this score is reset properly, and we will do that right now. There we go. And we're gonna start your vote in 3, 2, 1, go! This is how I get banned, isn't it? Quick, everyone die. Okay, yeah. So, red is off to a very fast start. 4-0. I think we would probably have put red higher, I think, if we had a different methodology, but with the way it was situated, I thought we did a pretty good job, all in all. So, 4 votes for red, 5 votes for red, none for Evermore, with 22 seconds remaining. So red is going to be able to salvage a nice position out of this. 12 seconds to go. 11, 10. Melly says, oh no. That's 2 people voting to ban me. No, I won't allow it, Nelly. You're good. You're good people. I won't. We're just being silly. But we did it! We did it! Red will advance to the 10th position. And that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Landslide victory, as it should be. As it should be. Yeah, I mean, it's just because of the way I divided it. I think that's why where red ended up didn't get out of the first round. It was just kind of tough. Because it was going up against 1989 in Reputation. Like, just seems like that's tough. That's tough. Okay, so Evermore gets a zero. It's not a 0 album, but compared to Red, I don't think a lot of people would have picked against Red there. So my list would be pretty different, but respectable. I agree. I've loved all the different lists people have given out tonight. Like, they were all really good. So Red is there. Evermore. And remember, I think, if I remember correctly, Ellie Fier put Evermore at 11 as well. I think I have that right. Maybe not. I'm not sure. But chat, you did a great job with these rankings. Look at number 1's 89, number 2's Lover. These make a lot of sense. And as you know, those were my top 2 as well. Speak Now at number 3. I mean, it was definitely a very, very good album. Midnight's at number 4. Much respect for that. Folklore. Oh, I love Folklore. So Folklore is number 5. Fearless at number 6. Reputation at number 7. The Life of a Showgirl at number 8. And it seems low, but I will also say maybe as time passes, that may wind up being an accurate ranking. And then the one that just seems a little odd is the Tortured Poets Department being a 9. But I think that's probably just because of the way. That's probably just because of the way this was set up. Just go back here. I'll show you this again. So 1989, Lover, Speak Now, Midnights, Folklore, Fearless, Reputation, The Life of a Showgirl, The Tortured Poets Department, Red, Evermore, and the debut album. Those are the final rankings. I'm not going to let that swell a little bit. No, they're great. This is so good. Congratulations. Congratulations, everyone. A phenomenal job. Dive Deep says that was fun, for sure. I really enjoyed that. Thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. I was going to ask I was going to ask Ellie where to raid, but I think I already know what she would have said. And I think it's the obvious choice. What don't you think? Who would be a better place to raid than someone that Ellie knows particularly well? What do you all say to raiding a fellow singer-songwriter and someone who is also... Oh, you're very welcome, Trevor. Thank you as well for being part of... Thank you so much, Dive Deep. Thank you, Melly. Thank you, Steven. Thank you to King. I'm going to raid my bed. I might be right behind you after the raid, but for now, I'm going to go ahead and start this up. Y'all, thank you so much for doing this. Big thanks to Ellie Fier for doing this. This was so much fun. If you don't follow Ellie on Twitch, please follow Ellie on Twitch right away with this link. It was so much fun to do this. I really had fun hanging out with all of you as well. This will be really fun. So let me give you the raid calls. And then sub raid. Oh, King got the sub raid. Okay, cool. So, thanks for picking me up there, King. I'm sorry I jumped in a little too fast there. We are going to raid Ashley Lawless, folks. I think fans of Ellie Fier and friends of Ellie Fier know Ash very, very well, so it makes a lot of sense to raid there. So let's just go and raid there, and we'll tell the good news about how this Taylor Swift. Bye, Trevor. Good to see you. Thanks for hanging out, and thanks to all of you for being part of this tonight. We're gonna start this raid. Have a good rest of your night. Thank you so much. If you missed any part of it, particularly the segment with Ellie Fier, please see our VOD. It's over here on Twitch. We'll post that after we raid out. And it'll be on YouTube as well. Mod. Gonna mod, for sure. Okay, we're gonna start this raid. Oh, snap. Someone else just raided. We're gonna be a part of a double raid. That's all good. We'll jump in on it. Okay. Let's do it. Good night, everybody. I'll see you soon. I think I might do one more stream tomorrow, but definitely you'll see me at the Nom Show on Thursday and Friday. So good night for now, everybody. We're gonna see you at Ashley Laws. Thanks for doing the thing. Thank you to Ellie again, and we'll see you soon. Bye, everyone. See you later.